morning to our listeners viewing in on live stream. We are going to ask Councillor Eastwood to deliver the morning prayer this morning, but firstly, as is customary for our meetings, we acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and pay respects to all First Nations people within our and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Okay, so thanks for standing in, Councillor Eastwood. We're missing a minister this morning, so we appreciate you taking up the cudgel for the opening prayer. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Mayor. We can bow our heads. Father, we just thank you for this wonderful day and, Lord, the opportunity to make decisions that affect the nature and the direction of our council. We pray, Lord, that we have wisdom. Lord, Father, that we would put away any selfish or ideas that are not good for our community, and that this whole council will be community-minded and will look to the future. So, Lord, we pray that you bless this meeting in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. We have a full attendance, Mr. CEO. No apologies. Thank you. No leave of absences. Confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. We have the meeting from the 16th of May and the 20th of June to confirm, councillors. So we'll do those. Do you want to do them collectively, Justine? All right, so we'll do those collectively, councillors. So moving Councillor Mather, thank you. Seconded Councillor Friend.
I do have a matter arising from that, Mr. Mayor, when we get to it.
Okay.
The address is fine.
All right, okay. So we're going to move a Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Councillor, declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Anything, councillors? Councillor? No? All right. Item 6, deputations. There are none. So, councillors, given we have a fairly full gallery this morning, I was going to bring forward the matter in relation to the Hidden Valley development application, but we're waiting on a couple of officers to come from Cordingley Street, so we'll do the business arising or outstanding from previous meetings first, to give them an opportunity to get here, and then we'll deal with the Hidden Valley development application.
Before we go to Hidden Valley, Mr. Mayor, could we just get that item, business arising out of the minutes?
From yours?
Yes.
Yes. You'll need your microphone on too, Councillor Mather. All right, we'll deal with that first, Councillor Mather. So what was the matter you wanted to raise?
It was 11.9, Mr. Mayor. It's the roads audit that we had.
Mm-hmm.
The minute makes reference to the report, receive the report that's attached. Now, there was no attachment of that report in the minutes. So I'm just saying, can we attach the report in the minutes as it was stated?
All right, thank you. Mr. CEO?
Indeed, Mr. Mayor, we'll attach the report when we publish the minutes as confirmed today. We'll attach that. That'll be available online publicly.
All right.
Yes, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people interested in that. Well, thank you very much.
No, thanks, Councillor Mather. So looking at the table, councillors, we'll do it by exception. So rather than go through item by item, are there any particular matters that you wanted to raise? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Item 18 of the last meeting that we had, we approved a committee comprising of portfolio holder for water, waste and environment and the portfolio holder for vibrant communities, general manager and the manager for water and waste to be formed to determine all disputed invoices for works undertaking in relation to sewer access chambers. I believe that meeting is this Thursday on the 20th. Is that correct?
It's in my diary for that day, Councillor.
Lovely. Okay. And the second one is number 19. Number 19, response to a notice of motion that I put forward in relation to Paramount Park recreational facilities, that council consider the allocation of $350 in the 24-25 budget for planning and construction of this park and proceeds with the implementation. My question is, when are we going to be looking at a draft plan? Perhaps the General Manager of Infrastructure or CEO?
Mr Chairman, given the nature of the resolution for consideration as part of the budget preparations, we would have normally done that in advance of commencing budget capital discussions, which is normally early part of the calendar year. Obviously, we'll be condensing next year's budget discussions because there will be an election in March, so we'll have to straddle the election period around that. I don't know exactly, but we'll get you a date before the end of the day. Timing before the end of the day.
Okay, thanks, Mr CEO.
Mr Mayor, just on that matter, please. If I remember correctly going through the minutes, the minutes actually don't reflect what we have here. I stand to be corrected. The minutes, from memory, Mr Mayor, basically says that we will not erect facilities in the Dick Olive and Angela Road Park, but we will liaise with future developers in relation to a future site.
Councillor Mather, I'm not sure of the wording on that, and before you jump in, Councillor Friend, I think we'll get confirmation from the officers.
I'm just saying that we need to check that they
we'll
do
just check on
correspond,
that,
that's
Councillor
all.
Mather.
Yeah, because
All right.
I didn't think they did, yeah.
All right, thank you. Councillor Watson?
Just item 11 to do with the wild dogs in Bungadara. It says July 10 engagement plan has been finalised, engagement preparing rollout. I'm just wondering if it's got out there yet because it's been 3 months since this started.
All right, thank you. Mr CEO?
Mr Chairman, it's another we'll take on notice. I believe, Councillor Watson, you've been involved in some of the preparations for that, so you probably know more than I do, but we'll get an answer for you by the end of the day.
That's right, I just haven't heard anything last month, that's all.
Thank you. Anything else, councillors? All right. Councillor Bello?
I'm probably reading this incorrectly, forgive me if I am, but just in terms of number 10, the Capricorn Coast Outrigger Community Engagement Day, it's got engagement scheduled for Sunday, 23rd of August. Is that correct, or is it 23rd of July? 23rd of July, I'm sure. Okay. That would be great if we could correct that, and appreciate that, thank you.
So the adoption of this will reflect the 23rd of July. Anything else, councillors? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Mather. Councillor Watson, you want to speak to any of it?
No, I'm just glad that they're still being noted and hopefully the list will get shorter. Hopefully the list will get shorter soon.
Indeed, thank you. All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, do we have all of our officers present, Mr CEO? All right. So do we need a motion from council to bring this forward?
Procedural matter to move to the item.
Okay, move Councillor Swadling that we, Justine, we move Councillor Swadling procedural motion to bring this agenda item forward. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Good morning, welcome to the table, ladies.
Thank you.
All right, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. So this application is for reconfiguring a lot. The property is
Here you go.
There we go. So the property is located at lot 3
Can we have the
Valley Road.
front lights turned off, please? I can see that. Yeah. Nailed it.
The property is located at Lot 3 Hidden Valley Road. It's located at the end of Hidden Valley Road, and the Pines Estate is to the north. Yes, please. The proposal is for 72 rural residential lots, which you can see by the lots outlined in the red over 11 stages. And there will be a balanced lot and 2 public use lots as well. The lot sizes do range from 4,000 square metres up to about 7,000 square metres. Next one, please.
Jenna, maybe you want to go up the front and point to it or something.
So the traffic assessment has concluded that it relies solely on Hidden Valley Road to gain access. Hidden Valley Road is not considered a suitable access as the only road, as it serves a close catchment. The proposed road treatments are inadequate to effectively mitigate the impact of the significant additional development generated by the traffic volumes. The assessment concludes that council will only permit a corresponding number that maintains a 5% or less impact according to the Guide to Traffic Impact Assessment by the Department of Transport and Main Roads. And as such, this correlates to an additional 2 lots that council is able to allow. Next one, please. So, summary of the assessment: there was 34 submissions received during the public notification, which have been addressed in the report. There has been approval received from the state in relation to access to Ukraine Road from Hoskin Drive, and also in relation to native vegetation clearing. Council is unable to support the development as proposed due to the sole use of Hidden Valley Road for access. However, we do recommend support for a development permit for reconfiguring a lot for 1 lot into 3 lots, and they will be rural in nature. And then recommend support for a preliminary approval for reconfiguring a lot for 2 lots into 72 rural residential lots. There is support for the proposal, however, it would be subject to a new development application being lodged with an alternative access being secured as one of the conditions on that. Is there any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, in the microphone, Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Jenna. I'm just regret that I came in a little late for the presentation the other day. Jenna, I need to have it clear in my mind just what we're looking at, because it's not a straightforward one, and I don't know if members are familiar with the details. I've been through them, and we've got a big block, and then we're looking at it in 72, then we're looking at it into 3. Can you just explain how all that, and what we're actually approving here today?
So, through the chair, the application lodged was for 1 lot into 72 rural residential lots.
Yep.
And a balanced lot. And
4,000 and over? Yep.
Yes, 4,000, so essentially consistent with the rural residential size allotment. Through the assessment, council has come to the decision that we are unable to support the proposed development as a development permit, but we are comfortable to approve a development
1
permit
into 3.
for reconfiguring a lot, 1 lot into 3 lots. It's written into a condition on how that will look on the ground, but they will be rural lots, so larger lots than what's proposed on the plan, and then a preliminary approval for the rural residential lots. So preliminary approval approves the concept of the development, but it does require another application to be lodged, and there are conditions on that.
The three lots that we're talking about, instead of the 72, we're going into 3. What size would those lots be? That is going to remain the 3 lots.
Justine, would you just put it back onto the proposal plan? Can you just show
I just want to be very clear in my.
So the condition's been written that it will be the large balanced lot, and I believe the lot here, sorry I can't read the lot numbers, and the road reserve. Another lot will be over where the rural residential lots will be, so an outline like that. And then we've written the 3rd lot to be either a stage or one of the rural residential lots as the 3rd lot. So there's an option, I suppose. They can either happen in stages or at one point, but in time.
And access
Hidden Valley Road.
for that,
For 3 lots.
for the 3 lots, yes. Is there an opportunity down the track for those 3 lots to be, well, one would be further subdivided that they would all have access to Hidden Valley?
Through,
Is that a possibility or probability?
through another application, they could propose that, but the condition for the 72 lots has been written that it needs to have an alternative access.
Or is that an additional access in addition to Hidden Valley?
Yes.
Not so much an alternative as in it replaces. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just wonder whether we could perhaps move procedural motion to suspend standing orders just so we can perhaps be a little bit more informal.
Sure. All right. Procedural motion to suspend standing orders. All in favour? Carried
Yeah, just to
unanimously.
clarify, if I could, Mr. Chair, so when you say an alternate, or is that an additional? So there'd be two accesses. At that point, then the officer is suggesting that that approval would be able to continue on to the full extent that's been nominated, subject to another application, but only when two accesses are arrived at.
Yes.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have numerous questions, so I
All right.
ask.
So, Councillor Rees, have you got one question?
I've just got one question.
Yep.
Well, I guess everyone would have been aware we all received an email yesterday or the day before in relation to an alternative motion. I guess it's probably relevant that we talk about that as well, so we can see where we all sit and what the officers think of that as well.
Right. Thank you. So we'll get back to that because I had the same question. Councillor Friend.
I think I've just got some generalised questions which would then help me understand whether I would be interested in that alternative motion or not.
Sure.
So, and thank you for leave at the table because I have numerous questions. So in the report, thank you ladies, through you, Mr Mayor, in the report for water supply, the 72 lots are supported. For traffic use of the Hidden Valley Road, it is recommended for refusal. Natural Resource Management does not support due to the sole use of Hidden Valley Road. Although the proposed development is primarily cleared, that's fine, the development site itself's fine. But I understand that the area as a whole has environmental value, including a wildlife corridor, and with the heavier traffic flow proposed, vehicular use will significantly impact the connectivity of the wildlife. So my question is, does all of this mean that council officers are not opposed to the actual development itself, but rather to the fact that there's no alternative access?
Yes. So through the chair, the natural resource assessment was in relation to the upgrades and works proposed to Hidden Valley Road and the impact on the environment on Hidden Valley Road. The development footprint, you can see on the proposal plan that's on the screen, it doesn't go into the mapped wildlife areas. It's mostly over cleared areas of the site. It doesn't extend into those vegetated areas. So the development.
Sorry, excuse me, Jennifer, I really can't follow that. Are we able to
The green.
have someone clearly articulate where it's just so we can fully understand? Thank you.
That's
I
okay.
appreciate that.
The green areas are the mapped vegetation over the site. So the development footprint, so the 72 lots, doesn't actually extend into the mapped vegetation on the site. It's within cleared areas on the site. There are some little areas of vegetation in some gullies that will need to be cleared, but it's not the mapped biodiversity values. That was in relation to the impact on Hidden Valley Road from natural resources. But we are supportive of the development, but unless it has an alternative access, it can't be approved with a development permit.
Sure. Could you help me recall from the workshops and the briefing the proposed traffic count for those 72 lots?
Yep.
And while you're looking for that, I do have another question in relation to this. So I understand that the preliminary development that we're looking at today is because there's no alternative access. So what would it cost to construct a trunk alternative access, and what would be the contribution of the developer?
So through the chair, in terms of the traffic counts, council did a traffic count in June 2003. 2023, sorry. That it was 354 vehicles a day.
Okay. So in relation to the developer contribution for an alternative trunk access, how would that stack up in relation to building the actual alternative access?
In terms of the infrastructure charges, they are listed in the report. I believe there's about $1.5 million of infrastructure charges for 72 lots. In terms of the cost of a trunk road, we don't have the exact number. It's something that would have to be looked into a bit more.
Certainly.
But probably we're talking multi-millions.
Okay.
We're not talking 1.5 million or 2 million or probably even 5 million.
So the offset of the developer contribution would be limited, considering the trunk infrastructure. Yeah. So would that then fall to the ratepayer to have to?
So there is a process by which, if a developer is required to connect to trunk infrastructure to service their development, and that trunk infrastructure, a road in this case, services other catchments and other development in the area, the developer has some entitlement to get refunded the amount of money. So they would go and build the road, yes, and it cost $10 million, and then we have an opportunity to refund. However, in this situation, this development is located outside our priority infrastructure area, which means that that same entitlement is not an automatic refund, and there is a process of negotiation through a trunk consideration. And at this stage, given that the trunk road connection, that's the north-south link that's proposed on the eastern side of this property, is not within council's current network planning. So it's in our future network planning. There's not an opportunity to condition that requirement.
Okay. Is it possible, and I understand from past, from history, that the state do not support or give grants for roads and council roads generally. Is it possible that under their new affordable accommodation and the housing crisis that we can approach the state for grants for trunk infrastructure?
Through the chair, that's not within the planning portfolio in terms of infrastructure provision, but this is not affordable housing as what would generally be branded as affordable housing. It is actually a rural residential lot product, which is definitely creating and adding to a desired housing diversity for the Shire, and we in the planning team are very aware that it's a type of product that is very much enjoyed by a lot of residents in our community. However, it's not what you'd classify affordable housing product.
I understand. Two more questions, and thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. On page 70 of the report, there's an external referral to the state. In February of 23, the state gave approval, and in May they requested more information from the developer. Does this approval still stand? You've mentioned that the state did approve it, but because they've requested more information in May, does it still stand?
To the chair, I don't believe they asked for additional information. The application changed this year, so it went back to the state to seek approval again, yes, which was issued. So they have issued approval.
Thank you. Thank you. My very last question, I thank you for everyone's patience. A concern of mine is that the developer has already paid for the submission of this application, and once an alternative access has been established, they would have to obviously pay again. Can future payments be waived, or would that have to come to the table? As currently the application has been submitted in its entirety, and we are looking today at proposing to approve the preliminary approval for them into the 3 lots. However, I'm just asking what would happen, what is the procedure for the future, because the developer has paid already, and that, will it come back to the table? Can we waive fees in future?
So the application fee would be payable as per the fees and charges.
Yes.
The adopted fees and charges. If the applicant would like to request a waiver or reduction, they can, but it will come to the table for a decision.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Watson.
Just a quick one. Has there been any other developments in our Shire in the last 10, 15 years that have been built outside the envelope and still being developed? Like, this is obviously outside, and has there been anything else that's been done that we can use as a, I don't know?
A reference point?
Yeah, reference point, yeah.
Yes, there has. There's quite a number of developments that have been developed outside the priority infrastructure. One example could be the Pines. At the time the Pines was approved, it was likely to be outside the priority infrastructure area. It was in 2013. Can you think of other ones?
Yeah, there's multiple. The difference probably with this one is the immediate availability of infrastructure, particularly road infrastructure, to service the development. So in the Pines situation, that property actually bordered Yeppoon Road. It had direct access onto Yeppoon Road. Unfortunately, as it stands with the location that this property sits in, it doesn't have immediate access to a existing infrastructure network.
One other question, was the developer, when the issue came up with Hidden Valley Road, was the developer told about these issues of the traffic and everything else on that road early on, or was this something that came in later on?
So
What I'm meaning is, the developer's got an idea, he's got a block of land he wants to develop, he can see a road that he's hoping to use. Was he told early on, or person told early on, that this road wouldn't be suitable, or was there backward and forth to try and work out if it was?
So through application processes, we do give information in terms of there is roads, but I suppose it does come down to the developer as well to make sure that that road is suitable to cater for that development. Through the review of the reports that were submitted, it was determined that it wasn't suitable based on Hidden Valley Road serving a close catchment and not being able to be constructed to the full standard that it may need to be. There was proposed safety and road widening, but that wasn't able to be accepted for the entire 72 lots.
Last one, just if they were to fix up the road, what sort of cost would it be to bring it up to the standard that's required? Have we ever worked that out?
Unfortunately, we don't have the cost. It's not something that we do take into consideration through our assessment.
No, the advice from the infrastructure team has it couldn't actually be brought up to the full standard if we're talking a particular width of road with all the right grades and alignments, just given the type of corridor that Hidden Valley Road is. Only minor treatments could occur to definitely go some way to improving safety of that road, but not to the full extent that could cater for existing traffic on Hidden Valley Road and for the full development as proposed, even the 30 lots. Yeah.
All right. Councillor Mather, your light's on.
Yes, just one last question, Mr Chairman.
I'll hold you to that.
I've just signed the doc. What would it take to get from the proposed development as it sits now to the Yeppoon Road or connected to the Pines in a way that it would allow the development to go through? What would it take? What needs to happen in clear terms?
Through the chair, there would need to be a formal road reserve through the Pines. Currently, there's no formal road reserve from where the road on this proposal plan connects. So you can see it connects up to the boundary here. There's actually no formal road reserve across the Pines at this current time. There may be in the future, but currently there is no.
What would be required to get that road reserve? Sorry, Mr Mayor, that's the second
No,
question.
you're right. I'm just...
So right now, it would have to be a negotiation between the two adjoining landowners to come to an agreement for the Pines landowner to open road reserve within their property to create that connection. Alternatively, council has a process for compulsory acquisition. And then the third alternative for this site is construction of Cokem's Road connecting up to the intersection of Neils Road, which however is potentially problematic given the length of road, the type of soil, and then the direct connection onto a state-controlled road, which hasn't fully been explored with Main Roads, who are obviously would be an interested party.
So it is possible. It is possible to get to the highway, subject to all these things being checked out.
That's correct, Councillor Mather. And we did explore these matters through the assessment process, and there has been a lot of information provided by the applicant, and likewise council's infrastructure engineers have undertaken a lot of analysis and consideration of the proposal, unfortunately we're at a position where none of those opportunities exist right now as we are ready to determine and make a decision on this application.
I understand that time to make a decision's essence, but it's possible, and obviously there's more work to be done.
Yeah.
It's not an impossibility, but obviously it's goodwill on a number of sides that needs to happen,
Yes.
and money, of course.
Yes. And that's what the benefit of the preliminary approval gives. It says we support this
In
type
principle.
of development right here
Yep.
in the form that you propose, subject to, as you'll see in the recommendation, matters being addressed, including
Yes.
provision of that
Yes.
primary, which would be
We haven't closed the door.
secondary access.
It's the possibility's
No.
still there. It just needs more work. Yeah, and more goodwill, more time.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor Eastwood's question now in relation to the email we've all received. Ladies, you've had an opportunity to consider that. I know it was raised in the briefing session by the applicant and his engineer. I'm just wondering if you've had an opportunity to consider that.
We have. We've been in consideration of a proposal like that for several months, and ultimately we are unable to condition it to the extent as suggested by the applicant. Hence, the recommendation from officers is as outlined in the report. There's a number of factors to that, including lawful conditioning, reasonable and relevant conditioning, and immediate availability of land to actually create that secondary access, of which none of that land has been included in this application. So there's no, in our opinion, lawful ability for council to condition a secondary access, for example, through the Pines estate, because that landowner has not been party to this application.
So, I've got a question, Councillor Watson. I'll get to you in a minute. If we were to consider an additional or a 30 lot approval, has any work been done in terms of the potential impact on Hidden Valley Road if an additional or if a 30 lot development was approved as an initial stage?
Yes. We've been in discussions of that exact fact since about March this year, and ultimately that's not a position that council officers are able to support due to the safety impacts on Hidden Valley Road. We have explored it to the nth degree, I would say, and we're not able to offer you a recommendation that supports that arrangement.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Watson.
Left field. Sorry. Is there a chance that we can lay this on the table and ask the developer from the Pines and the Secret Valley to go and talk and see if there's anything they can come up with?
My understanding, Councillor Watson, is that that's happened. Those discussions have been held at this point.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
We have the application in front of us.
Yeah, I realise that, but it's come to a critical point where maybe it's time that they do go back and have another chat and see if there's some way of organising something.
They have the opportunity.
Well, that's, I guess, a matter for the developer and the...
I know. That's what I'm wondering, if we could lay it on the table and give them some more time to see if there's a possibility.
Through the chair, that there is the opportunity to do that with the preliminary approval. I suppose it gives a level of certainty that council supports a development concept and gives the opportunity for the developers and landowners to negotiate road access. If that's the chosen route they want.
Could we possibly do that?
Well, are you moving a motion to lay it on the table?
If I could, please, yeah.
So just to
Yeah.
clarify, Jenna's advice to you was the preliminary approval as recommended in our recommendation gives the developer the security of an approval and then the opportunity to formally
Of course it
negotiate
does, yeah.
with the landowner.
So I think,
All right.
I think
Yeah,
yours
okay.
is unnecessary, Councillor Watson.
I agree.
Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really, for me, to sort of drill into what the officers have been prepared to accept onto Hidden Valley Road, and at this point it's a total of three lots they're prepared, and that's it's a long way from the 30, obviously, but what's the formula, I guess, that has informed that number to be arrived at? It would be good certainly for me to know exactly how that's been arrived at, given that I don't know the total number of properties on Hidden Valley Road, perhaps you guys do, but any one of those properties potentially could increase traffic onto Hidden Valley Road by virtue of a second dwelling or a granny flat, or would we feel that the safety concerns in Hidden Valley Road are so much so that we would actually only allow the total of three, the quantity of 3 homes effectively to be able to be added onto Hidden Valley Road? Is the safety concerns that much so, or are we suggesting that Hidden Valley Road could evolve as much as it wanted to, you know, sort of organically, yet this particular development is conditioned to 3? So I'd like to understand, I guess, what informs that, if we could. Thank you.
So through the chair, in terms of the 3 lots, so the 2 additional lots, it's based on the traffic counts and the traffic volumes, and it's in accordance with the Guide to Traffic Impact Assessment by the Department of Transport and Main Roads. So that's to make sure it maintains a 5% or less impact to Hidden Valley Road. So that's how our infrastructure team has come up with the 2 additional lots. In terms of Hidden Valley Road intensifying development, that could happen at any time, and it's something that council will just have to monitor over time. And if that's something that happens through applications,
We'll
or
get applications for those types of development.
most of it will trigger an application.
So any of that additional activity would have to go through the filter of assessment, like whether it be code accessible or if it's not impact accessible, it still gets assessed on traffic increases potentially on the road?
Yeah, the majority of development that could occur along Hidden Valley Road, which Councillor Bellows, as you've cited, a secondary dwelling, another shed or something to that nature, the majority of that development would get triggered to us for assessment due to the overlays, the vegetation and waterway and bushfire overlays that are apply in that locality. So we get an opportunity to consider those on an incremental basis, and there may well be at some point that there is a sort of a trigger point for a particular section to be upgraded to an extent to cater for that additional traffic.
And I guess we haven't been able to identify appropriate upgrades that could be done to accommodate hypothetically 10 properties or 15, or we're just suggesting that 3 is, and does that require no additional improvements to the road at all with the 3?
3 doesn't require any additional.
So nothing gets changed on the 3. So whether there was, is the developer being able to, because I understand they've put forward suggestions for improvements on the road, so those improvements have not resulted in any net increase in the number that officers would be prepared to increase. So 3 is it, irrespective of whether they were prepared to spend X amount of dollars on the road.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting.
All right, any other questions, councillors?
Through the chair, thank you so much. Just so that we're all on the same page, the 3 lots give the preliminary approval to the developer in a positive sense that finding an alternative access, they can then go ahead with the whole of development. Well, my guess is that the Hidden Valley cannot support the amount of traffic that will be generated. Thank you. Generated. And am I correct? Am I on the same wavelength?
So a development permit would be issued for 3 lots, and a preliminary approval would be issued for the 72 rural residential lots.
So it's a two-part permit.
Yep.
The first one gives the chunk of land that is the development side. So the eastern side, sorry, Justine, if you could potentially bring up that plan again. So the developable area as proposed, the eastern portion, and then as 2 lots within that site.
Okay. And therefore, the developer, once an alternative access was arranged somehow, they could come back and there is a possibility that they could request the fees waived and it would come back to the table.
That
For
is
the-
a
for the-
procedure. Absolutely, that's a procedure that's well followed. Yeah.
One last question, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Mather?
Thank you. Does that mean if we approve these 3 lots today, next to 3 houses for Hidden Valley Road, that we are putting a block on further development in that area from other proponents? because the road can't handle it? We're sort of limiting this.
The officers may have a view, councillor, that's different to mine, but
I know that it
I'd say it
needs
would
work.
depend on the application and the type of development proposed.
Yes, because if somebody else came along and wanted to do a 5 lot subdivision, we have to consider how we would view that.
Indeed.
Just something to think about.
Case
Mr.
by case, as with all development applications.
Understand, understand. So
Yep.
we're looking at one development here now today, but if another were to come up from that same area,
Yep.
we might
All right.
have to review our thinking.
Councillor Eastwood?
Yeah, I guess my question's more to the engineers, to the officers, just in relation to the road itself. I mean, I'd like to get, I guess, from the horse's mouth what the problems are with it, and you know, what you think is there any?
Do you want to come up?
Yeah, come
Yep.
up.
Just so there has been a bit of information in the report in terms of the assessment by the infrastructure team.
You don't have to kneel, it's all good. You can stand up.
Essentially,
The microphone can pick you up if you're standing,
yeah,
it's
it's
fine.
alright, it's
Yeah.
comfy. No, it's all good. Essentially, the seal widths are too narrow for the majority of the extent of the road, and as well as the formation width, so the shoulder of the road, it's all too narrow. So the risk of a head-on collision is quite high, and even if let's say you're dodging a kangaroo, the clear zones, if you go off the road, it's not going to be good. So the road hierarchy is currently a rural access road, and it's a dead end, so it's got quite low traffic volumes, and essentially if we connect it to this development, it's going to change the whole vibe of the road, and it's just a risk that we can't endorse.
Right.
Just to clarify the speed of the road that it currently is.
Is it 80? I think, but the current operating speeds from the traffic counts are around 60 to 75. Yeah.
And my understanding too was that Transport and Main Roads has approved the intersection at the roundabout, but not the road itself. Is that correct?
That's correct. They don't assess
They don't assess
anything on Hidden Valley Road.
well, anything that's basically council road.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They've only considered the volume of traffic that is going to come out at the BP intersection there.
All right, thank you. Councillor Eastwood, does that satisfy your question?
Yeah, I guess I just need to hear from the horse's mouth of the road what the reason was.
All right. So we're happy to resume standing orders, councillors. All moved, Councillor Mather, all in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, councillors, any other questions of the officers before we progress to formal debate and resolution?
One more question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Jade, could you just let us know what as an engineer, what you project it would be like at peak hour times, school times, people leaving for work? We have a great amount of congestion along Tamby Road roundabout of the morning, trying to get out. Would there be basically, I suppose what I'm asking in a roundabout way, is it possible that traffic would be blocking the area to the service station and also to the hospital entrance and egress?
That would involve modelling, but I think TMR have done their check on the roundabout and they've said it's all right. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. We've got two recommendations before us, councillors. 1, 2, beg your pardon. We've got more than that. 3. We have 3 recommendations before us. Is that 4? 4, beg your pardon. Righto. So can I, so we can get debate started, councillors. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please?
I'll move it to get it going.
All right, okay. Seconded, Councillor Swadling, thank you. All right, Councillor Mather, did you want to speak to the report?
Just to say, Mr. Mayor, I think we're all of the mind, I can only speak for myself, but just judging by the questions that are being asked, that we want to see this development occur. But we also must recognise the recommendations and the cautions from our officers, because we don't want to put the burden onto the existing residents, the infrastructure that we're trying to hold up, not only there but throughout the Shire with minimum funding. We want to see it go ahead, but we need to take the precautions that we do to make sure that both parties are paying their fare and both parties can have a mutual outcome. So I'd like to hear what others have to say, Mr Mayor, but we're not closing the door to the development. The preliminary approval says there are things that we haven't addressed, the things that we need to see done better, and we are open to negotiations down the track. If you can do your bit, talk to the landowners that go out to the highway and broker a deal there, and I'm sure this council would be more than happy to go and review an application in the future as to what could be achieved. I'm sure we'll get it in the end, Mr Mayor. I have every confidence that it will be okay. But there's still a little bit of work to be done. And I do appreciate the time and money that's gone into this so far, both from the officer's point of view and from the developer.
All right, thanks, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against?
Was there a second, Mr Mayor?
There was. Councillor Swadling. Councillor Watson.
Like Councillor Mather said, you know, it's a development that's going to happen. It's just a matter of, at the moment, the infrastructure isn't catching up with it. And
So you're speaking against, Councillor
well,
Watson?
it is against, because, you know,
Just
we
to
can't.
clarify myself.
Yeah, no, that's right. Look, it's not so much that I'm against it, but I just understand that it's one of those things that we can't approve yet. But we can approve it in preliminary, like you said, and allow it to be still there so it can happen. But just at the moment, I don't feel that everything else is catching up with where they want to go.
All right, thank you. Councillor Swadling, you want to speak to it?
Yep. Yes, I'd like to speak to it. I mean, I look at any development application, we look at the benefits for the future. We've given some clear indications around this development application about what it needs to do to where it needs to be to go. Certainly, when you look at what the developers trying to achieve, it's a good project. However, there is some things that we need to also consider for the road usage, obviously the safety issues, and obviously the concerns of residents as well. I certainly support the preliminary recommendation of this proposal, to the point that they get that opportunity to go back and speak to those people, as Councillor Mather has said, and it's certainly something that's going to be needed certainly in the future. But certainly we need to take caution on when we do these applications, that we are meeting the requirements we need and we're not putting undue risk to the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swadling. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for?
Mr Mayor, through you, I just would kindly ask the officers, would you still please consider approaching the state, even though it's not affordable housing? We have developers at hand ready to create a new housing in our area, and we're just waiting for that trunk infrastructure. Even if the answer may be certainly no, is it possible that you would at least approach the state and ask them for
Councillor
assistance?
Friend, that's probably a more appropriate question for the engineers as opposed to the planners. So
I won't repeat my question,
Okay.
you've heard it.
we can.
Thank you.
And that will become part of discussions that are proposed for the Regional Roads Transport Group coming up. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just acknowledging the people in the gallery here today. I feel that you deserve comments from certainly myself. I can somewhat understand the developer being very disappointed with the outcome. 3 lots is a long way from 30. I won't be suggesting for a moment how you should go about trying to advance this. That's between you and your parties. I won't be suggesting to the adjacent developers that they should meet with you. That's up to them. You run your businesses as you see fit. And I think this applicant has demonstrated over the years very high quality developments, and our community is better off for those developments. However, in supporting this here, I'm clearly not supporting the 30, and I understand that would be very frustrating. My reasons, though, are primarily around my appetite for risk. Sitting in the position I am when our traffic engineers are stating that 3 is the limit for safety concerns, despite your best efforts to improve the road or suggest improvements of road, that does not satisfy their criteria, and therefore my appetite for risk does not go that far. Council has a blueprint for growth, and I often think that it should say a blueprint for managing growth, because ultimately growth is coming our way, but it's up to council to manage that growth. In time, there will be road networks go through, and maybe we'll reflect back and say council should have done more because of the growing. When you're talking 10% growth over the last 3 years, there is enormous demand to improve our traffic corridors, and linking roads up to the back of Lammermoor and through Tamby Road are going to be critical in time. But as we sit here, 30 is a long way from 3, and I'm not prepared to take that risk. So that's why I'm supporting this motion here as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Look, this is a really hard one because we all want the development to go ahead. There's no doubt about that. And but just on the evidence that's available to us as councillors, or to me as a councillor, I find that pretty much impossible. And like Councillor Bello was saying, you know, there's a big difference between 3 lots to 30. We've heard from our engineers about the safety of the road. Our own planning officers have recommended that we don't go to that. So, and I often get great pleasure in voting against the officers, but I certainly wouldn't today, because and again, I'd like to acknowledge Ravi and his mob for all the work that they've done, and I just do hope that this doesn't block it off forever. I hope it's still able to somehow happen, because we don't know the ins and outs of the business. I'd also like to reiterate, not that I'm lifting Councillor Bello up, but you know, you and your dad have brought some great developments to this area that have changed the face of Yeppoon, and we do look forward to many, many more. But just on what's before me, I'll have to go with the officer's recommendation, and I kind of apologise for it, but it's just how it has to be, mate. And Councillor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anybody else, councillors? All right. I think the applicant deserves a comment from myself as well. Councillors, I find myself wanting to support the applicant's request for an additional 30 lots. With absolute respect to the recommendation from the planners, I'm yet to be convinced that the additional traffic on Hidden Valley Road from an extra 30 or so properties would have an alarming impact on the road. Clearly not as much as the entire development, if that was to be approved. At the briefing session, the current recommendation was put forward as a way forward for the applicant and the application. Otherwise, we'd be looking at an outright refusal. And that's what alarms me. I mean, this at least, I suppose, is a compromise in the sense that it's not a refusal, because a refusal basically says done and dusted. Given that I'd like to see this development proceed, and I think we all would, I find myself in a position where I have to support the recommendation of the officers, but not because I believe that's the best outcome. All right, councillors, we'll go to the vote. So in terms of the recommendations before you, all in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We might take a 5-minute break, councillors, while our guests There's your motion to return from the break. All in favour? Thank you, councillors.
Sorry, that was a very small break. 11 seconds.
Yes, right. We're up to 7.2, councillors, lifting matters laying on the table. And this relates to the notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to cattle on unmade road on Keppel Sands Road. Councillor Mather, you moving this one?
Do we need to lift it off the table?
We do need to lift it off
Thank
the
you,
table.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Mayor, there has been an update since then, and maybe the officer would like to bring you up to date on that one. We've sort of moved past that point.
The item's on the agenda, isn't it? The item's on the agenda.
Sorry?
The item's on the agenda.
The items, yes, it is on the agenda for later, Councillor Mather.
Yes. Okay, well, I'm happy to wait for that to happen.
Cool. Thank you.
Sorry, Greg.
All right. Now, item 8, presentation of petitions. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move that we receive this petition, which states that until further notice, Livingstone Shire Council cease discussions with the Queensland State Government in relation to changing land use of Council's community parks, so parks remain parks for the benefit of the wider community. And just for the members present, this petition was taken well away from the park in question at the moment. That's subject to some, perhaps a later motion that I have. I went out to the Olive Estate and to Quarrel to make sure that there's no concerns about conflicts of interest, because it's ultimately about all parks. So the petition was clear and it was supported by every single person that I approached, and I felt that I got as many as I needed to just make the point. So I hope that you'll receive this petition. There's no need for it to go to a briefing session or anything other than just to receive the petition. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Bello. Yep. I'll just get a seconder first, Councillor Friend. Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All right, motion is live. Councillor Friend, question?
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Bello, for the petition. And I've noted that it is from the northern suburbs of Rocky View. The people have signed it, and also some people from Quarrel as well. So and overall, as you've just said, the petition is for all community parks. So, but did you discuss the actual road reserve known as Flinders Park, the state-owned road reserve known as Flinders Park in Cooey Bay, and that's what this was about?
Absolutely, 100%, unequivocally, yes. Most definitely. And shorter, so we can provide some context to the people that I approached. So most definitely, yes.
Councillor Watson,
Can I
question?
ask a question?
Sure.
Do you realise that if we agree to this, we can't help you with the outrigger one that's next, because you're asking for the land to be changed there?
No, this is a separate motion, Councillor. This is just receiving the...
No, I realise that, but if we are sending a letter off to say that nothing happens to the future parks and everything else, well, in the next couple of motions, there's a park that's being asked to have it changed.
All we're doing with this one, Councillor Watson, sorry, Councillor Eastwood, all we're doing with this one is receiving the petition. Ultimately, any concerns around what happens with road reserves or parks identified for development or consideration for development in the future will be dealt with in the subsequent notice of motion. All we're doing with this one, to clarify, is receiving it. There is no impact in receiving it. It just goes on the record. All right. Any other questions, councillors? So again, to reiterate, we're just receiving this petition as lodged by Councillor Bello. Microphone, Councillor.
I just want to know, did anybody give him some complaints about roads while he was on the job?
It's not a matter we're going to deal with on here, Councillor Mather. Yeah, I gathered. All right, so we're going to move to Councillor Bello, second to Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. Item 9 is councillor or delegate reports. There are none according to the agenda. Item 10.1 is your matter, Councillor Mather, in relation to cattle on Keppel Sands Road. So welcome to the table, Greg, to deal with this one.
Morning, councillors. Through the chair, just an update from our previous meeting. We have sent a letter to the 3 neighbours in that part of the world, and I received a phone call from one of those neighbours late last week, and I'm expecting to get another one this week to further progress the matter.
All right, thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you, and just so that I'm clear on this, if correspondence has already been sent, does this then make the resolution proposal superfluous? Yes. If it's already been attended to?
I think we need this, Councillor Friend, to justify the actions that the officers have taken and the responses that we now get from those landowners.
Thank you.
You're moving, Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you.
Yep.
And thank the officer for his work on that one, Mr
All
Mayor.
right, seconding Councillor Friend. All right. Councillor Swaddling, question?
Yeah, just in relation to this matter, so the notices you talk, they are compliance notices being sent?
We've sent them
Under
a friendly letter to start off with, and suggested the cattle need to be removed from the road reserve. I suspect what will happen is that we'll end up having a face-to-face meeting with the 3 parties to sort that out, and then obviously let that process play out.
So my next question, do we have a local law in relation to wandering stock on roads?
Yes, we do.
We do?
Yes.
And so my question is then, how did you get here? If it was simply a local laws matter, then it should have been held at that level. That's all I'm understanding. Yeah, right. Thank you.
All right, councillors, got a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 10.2, notice of motion. Councillor Bello, in relation to land use and community parks. Councillor Bello, would you like to speak to this one, please?
Well, I'd certainly like to move the motion, Mr Chair. But before I do, Councillor Watson's raised a really good point about concerns about what this motion could mean with the later motions. So perhaps if I could ask Councillor Watson's approval to slightly amend this motion to further reinforce and clarify any sort of ambiguities about this one and the next ones. Councillor Watson, and with perhaps the agreement of the table, that we include in there that in order to provide clear direction and demonstrate Council's commitment to building better communities, Council cease any further conversations with the state government in relation to changing land use of council-maintained community parks other than for community purposes until further notice. So with the will of the table, I'd like to include that in there, other than for community purposes, and then test the table as to whether there's a seconder and whether debate will proceed. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood.
All right, so you've got an amended motion, Councillor Bello, because it really hasn't substantively changed the intent of the motion, the original motion. Councillor Mather, if you're going to address the table, can you put your microphone on, please?
No, I just needed to have it clarified what the change is.
The change is other than for community purposes in the last part of that sentence until further notice. You clear on that, Councillor Mather?
Yes. Yes, Mr Mayor. I think we'll just take it as it is on this one, because we don't want to make it too complex, because if we include some and exclude others, it's going to get muddy. So, but I think I'm happy with this one at the moment. It's going to cost you.
All right. So, Councillor Friend, you got a question? No.
I always have questions.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll go to. You're welcome, as you know, at any time in debate to raise a question. But Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to your amended motion?
Yeah, welcome the opportunity. Thank you, Councillors and Mr Mayor. Councillors, as you know, I've produced a petition early in the meeting, which really, I believe, clearly identifies a strong message to this council that the communities, whether they be in Lammermoor, where a particular park has been identified for potential change of use, or whether you're out at Kawarrell or you're out at the Olive Estate, The community wants to send a strong message to this council that they do not want to see our parks considered at all to be cut up for housing blocks or changed for anything other than community uses. Now you may ask, well, or perhaps the people in the audience or watching on a live stream will ask, well, why would you need to do this? We received a report from the officers, and if I read here, it's in the background information there. This is from our CEO. Applications for road closures come across the council table reasonably frequently, which we know they do, but these are often, but not exclusively, initiated by parties other than council and for a variety of reasons. On this occasion, which is the park in question, called Flinders Park, on this occasion, officers propose to make an application to close part of the road reserve that is referred to Flinders Park. So, councillors, what this motion is about, making very clearly, is that the only people that will have the authority to, at any stage, propose the change of a park, other than for community use, will be the councillors. That'll be a decision for the councillors to make. If councillors believe that it's a good idea to perhaps propose a change to a park, hypothetically to freehold that land and hypothetically to sell that land, that'll be a decision for the councillors and the councillors alone to make. That's what this motion's about. Now, it doesn't mean that in the future there may not be a council that decides there is a better use for that park. And that motion could be moved by the councillors at any stage, and the will of the majority will determine the course of action in that particular case. But at this point in time, I believe this is reflecting strongly what the community want. And if you reflect on, at the end of this term, the legacies that you may leave from the decisions you make in your term here, for me, one would be very satisfying to be able to reflect on and say that our parks have been secured to be parks and nothing more and nothing less, other than for community purposes. I won't feel good if I look back on my term and see Flinders Park cut up for housing lots. Perhaps you may. By all means, you vote against this motion. I know where my vote will be, and that's why I'm putting this out to you to consider and to send a clear message to our organisation that councillors will be the ones who make proposals as to whether a park will change or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Questions? Councillor Watson.
Just a question, more a statement than anything, but we're all at that briefing, and no matter what, we all would have had to vote for it anyway, and it was only asking a question if something was actually could be done. It was just asking questions like we quite often do. So I look at it as...
Mr. Chair, is it a statement or is it a question?
Stop speaking?
Yeah.
Well, a question would be good.
There's a point of order I've got to deal with. We are in debate, but we'll get to you in a second, Councillor Watson, unless you want to actually speak against the motion. The proposer has proposed it and spoken to it. Did you want to speak against?
I will wait till we get to that.
Okay, all right. Questions, Councillor?
Yes, questions. Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Bello, for bringing this to our attention. As previously stated, we were all in that workshop where the officers were making suggestions. And I have some questions for the officers. And this is so I don't know if there's an officer who was available. Yep, Mr. C. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Sorry. Thank you so much. So a couple of questions here is that this is not a park or a reserve. It's classed as a road reserve. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's owned by the state government?
That is also correct.
Yes, council maintain it. So that's correct. We maintain the area?
Yes.
Lovely. So therefore, is it possible, or is there a probability in the future, not a possibility, of maybe a probability, that the state could actually decide to sell this for affordable accommodation themselves because they own the actual road reserve?
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak for the state in terms of the probability of them doing something. They did, councillors will recall, the state did ask for council assistance in identifying properties that might be available to the state for future development. This was included on that list. The transaction that was proposed to be initiated that has resulted in this item being on the agenda was parallel to that exercise, though, so it's not part of that broader transaction, and the state hasn't moved particularly quickly in response to its call now, I think last October, for a list of properties that might be suitable for development into the future.
Sure. And thank you for a moment. Has council progressed at any stage by contacting the state and letting them know that this road reserve was available? Have they progressed with a road closure at all?
Mr. Chairman, we have submitted an application and paid the fee for a road closure, which, as we say on page 23, will return to council for a decision as other applications do.
Thank you. And what may be, if this notice of motion is approved, the resolution, what would be the outcome for council officers in the future dealing with the state in relation to road reserves?
If I understand the question correctly, Mr. Chairman, in relation to road reserves, generally speaking, this resolution won't affect that. I think we all understand that the intent of this motion is that the particular transaction relating to the Matthew Flinders Drive Road Reserve would be ceased.
Right, thank you. And one last question on an administration area of this particular notice of motion. Often we see an officer's report attached to these notices of motion with some commentary. I did not see this.
Mr. Mayor, as you know, it has been a long-standing practice for officers to not provide commentary to notices of motion. I don't think that aids the business process, so I have attempted to change that practice in recent years. It is the fact that with notices being submitted at 9 a.m. on Tuesday and agendas being assembled that day and the day following, sometimes we don't get that opportunity. I think councillors know my views on that practice generally.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, when you say councillors know your views, Mr. CEO, what's the point that you make there?
I think normal items of business have, as Councillor Friend's question asked, all of that research and information to allow councillors to make informed decisions on as much information as is available. There are occasions where we're not able to support councillors in that way, and I think councillors know, because I've said it fairly regularly, I don't think that's the ideal way of doing business.
Thank you for the response.
Thank you. One more question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate your patience. So I suppose my next question, which hasn't been formulated on my notepad here, would be that did the officers make this suggestion to councillors in the workshop? Because if it was in council hands for any future type of development, then council would have the say on what type of development and how it would look, as opposed to if the state decided to develop it themselves, then we would have no say in that.
Again, Mr. Chairman, without trying to sort of over-interpret things, yes, it was seen as an opportunity for higher and better use of what is currently a very wide road reserve that we don't believe that we need. It's and the process, as is outlined on page 23, is that councillors would have a number of opportunities to either consider the application formally for road closure, as the local authority does, and I think there's probably even one on the agenda today unrelated to this matter. And then if that was to happen and the council was to choose to freehold and then make decisions into the future about what it might do with that property. This was simply, is the state interested in contemplating a road closure? And then those other decisions would be made following that.
All right, Councillor May, the question.
I'm supporting the motion, Mr Mayor.
All right, well, Councillor Bello has spoken to it. I'm going to go now to anyone who wants to speak against, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against the motion? Councillor Watson?
As I said before, it's simply that we're all at that briefing, and it was only about a conversation. It wasn't about let's do it. It was finding out if it was possible to do it, and it's turned into this. But at the same time, no, I don't need to say anymore. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mather's first. Councillor Eastwood? She put her light on first. I'll go with
I'm
the
sure you won't overlook the second,
protocol.
Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
Mr Mayor, I was at that briefing too, and it was a suggestion, like we do in many occasions, have ideas and we band them around and we come up with ideas that sort of knocked off the first one, and we go out there thinking, well, that's something to think about. The thing is, there was no resolution. But here, when I look at page 23, and I can understand where the good councillor comes from, because I would have triggered something too, probably if I'd have seen it in time. From the CEO to Councillor Bello, it says, on this occasion, officers propose to make an application to close part of the road reserve that is referred to as Flinders Park. Where's the resolution that the officers are proposing a contact with the state government? There is no resolution that came from this table in relation to Flinders Park at all. But the officers are proposing to make an application. Where did that come from? What triggered that? Just a suggestion at the table like many other ideas that we have? I think that's why the good councillor has done what he did, because he thought it was, the train had left the station, so to speak, and he wanted to put the brakes on it. This is what is so important, that when we have long days, we need to be tuned into what's being said. Because when we get to a point that someone's gone to a lot of trouble to get support to say, hey, let's save our parks. And let's face it, we've got parks in the wrong place. They're in creek beds. And then in other places, we haven't got parks at all. So they're very precious to us. So we want to make sure that our land is used for the best purpose and our parks are preserved for the right purpose. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? All right, well, I will do so. I'll come to you in a minute, Councillor Eastwood. I'm glad for the clarification there to Councillor Bell. I appreciate that, because I was very confused by it until you inserted that. I have to say that, first of all, I'm unaware of any conversation with the state in relation to changing land use on council-maintained community parks at this point in time anyway. It was a suggestion that the officers put forward. But I don't have a particular problem with the way the status quo at the moment, in the sense that if there's an application from the officers to council, and I'm sure that was the intent, Councillor Mather, when that wording was put forward that you just read out. When it comes to council, all these things are dealt with on a case-by-case basis, which in my view, they have to be. The other issue I have with this particular motion is the words "until further notice." It essentially locks us in indefinitely. Now, the good councillor may say that this requires council approval at a meeting, but it's not reflected by that statement. It's actually locking us into a particular position until further notice. And thirdly and finally, I'm reminded of a situation I had in a previous council where we had a parks hierarchy very similar to the ones we've got now, where level 1 parks were similar to the Foreshore, Appleton Park, etc., that were maintained at a very high standard. And we had level 4 parks that were potentially mowed once a year and that nobody hardly used. We had an application on a couple of occasions from neighbours of those level 4 parks who wanted to buy them because they joined their property. And council considered that and went, well, hallelujah, because ultimately it saves us money. We don't have to maintain it. Nobody's using it, so it's kind of a waste of space. So approached the state, and then the deal went through. This particular motion locks us out from doing that, and I believe that ultimately it puts too much of a restriction on us. So my comment to the deputy would be that ultimately, if you want us to reword it, we can potentially consider it again. But ultimately, in its current format, I can't support it. Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, look, I'm going to speak for this. As a portfolio holder of Parks and Gardens, and in a community that actually loves its parks and gardens, and they're actually this is what we've got to realise here, that our parks and our gardens and our green spaces are what make Livingstone what it is today. And you start taking them away and you destroy actually what we've got, which is a beautiful, amenable community that works really, really well, and it makes us feel good. It gives us plenty of opportunities for exercise and for... we're not becoming like the Gold Coast or any of these areas that might have too much close-in waterfront building. Now, where do you stop? Now, this isn't Flinders Park. This could be any of our parks in Coral, the Caves. Imagine if we're going to put affordable housing at Bell Park, or we wanted to do something anywhere, like we would be taking away what's Livingstone. And it's really, really important, and this is a safeguard. That's all it is. It's a safeguard to prevent our parks and gardens being lost to development, which in the end means nothing. You look back in 10 to 15 years' time, and you're not going to go, oh, gee, I'm glad that's something that I really, really rooted for. I'm glad we did that. You're not going to do that. But in 15 years' time, when you drive through and, we've got a bigger population, and some of these parks that are hardly used now, by then might be getting used heaps. And we have kids bouncing around with their balls, or people sitting there under a tree. We don't want to get rid of that. You can't get it back. You'll never get it back. So I just am saying to you now, doesn't matter where you are, if you're in Coral, the Caves, if you're out at Glenlee Estate, we've got to keep our parks. We've got to look after our parks. Even maybe if they're not being maintained well enough, we'll maintain them better. But we cannot lose our green space. We can't do it, and we shouldn't do it. And we should never, ever even look at getting rid of them. If we want to do development, we need to move back a bit. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, you're speaking against?
I'm speaking against, Mr Mayor. I actually agree with Councillor Eastwood wholeheartedly. Our green spaces, our parks, I don't want to see any eucalyptus trees felled. I want to keep them all. But I am speaking against this particular notice of motion. And the reason why I'm speaking against it today is because I believe this is being blown out of proportion when there was only a suggestion and there was only a proposal. And it's quite right, it has not come to the table yet. At this point, I imagine that the officers see the appetite of the table to perhaps even not proceed with anything that they're doing at the moment. But this is for one particular road reserve, not even an actual park reserve, located in Cooey Bay. In my whole time working for council for over a decade, in my whole time here as a council for the last almost three and a half years, I have not known, seen, heard that council officers are going to develop any parks whatsoever or council reserves. So at this stage, I agree. I don't want any of the green spaces lost, any trees felled, any of the parks lost, including for even perhaps community clubhouses or sheds. So at this point, I'm speaking against it because I do believe that it was blown out of proportion and it's not necessary whatsoever. Thank you.
Right, thank you, councillor Friend. Anyone speaking for? Anyone speaking against?
Yes, I'd just like to speak against. The terminology, until further notice, is for me is a little bit disturbing around that. It's pretty direct. When it happens, it's no more ever. But I agree. Green spaces are special, and we should keep them. Certainly, and appropriately use them and look at them in the way that we should for the future. But certainly, I think we need to be very careful how we word these things, particularly around the wording council seats. Are we talking council officers? Do we keep council laws? Or do we talk, has it come to the table? No, it hasn't come to the table. It's just a suggestion as council friend has made. So that is probably the reason why I will not support this motion.
Thank you, councillor Swadlin. All right, I think everyone's had a go. So, councillor Bello, do you want to wrap up?
I would love to wrap up, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, just.
Oh, it's a question
sorry, is it councillor Swadling who's speaking against it?
He's speaking against.
Yeah, it was the wording, not the principle, but the wording. I just get that right. That wording.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about council, are we talking the whole of council, or are we talking about councillors at the decision making?
Well, council can be described in many,
That's right,
many
it can
different ways. Yeah. Just thinking something you said before, Mr. Mayor, that if you thought the wording wasn't right, give the mover an opportunity to correct the wording if he thinks it could be.
Well, we've got we've got a motion that's live now, councillor Mather.
Okay.
We'll see how this one goes. Right.
Yeah, look, in the event that this motion is voted down, it'd be interesting to see what comes up for consideration. In my reply, so the state government comes out to councils right across Queensland and asks them to consider their land stocks, mainly to do with reserves, road reserves and unallocated state land that is not really going to ever be used for a certain purpose, for the purpose of trying to release more land into the market for supposedly affordable housing, affordable land. In speaking with members of the community, the observations that they made was that is very much a southeast corner centric problem. That yes, we all share in that problem, but we are so different from the southeast. The southeast has limited land. Regional and rural Queensland has more land than we can poke a stick at it. Even today, we voted down a subdivision going ahead because we know we've got too much land already in the priority infrastructure area that will take years to consume. And so we said no to land. We don't have a land problem. It seems to be, councillors, that in trying to respond to the state government's request, our officers, and I don't, what would the right word be? I don't want to criticise the officers. I don't want to suggest that, like they say, there's no stupid question. But what I'm saying is that the officers were making steps towards identifying this land to the state, that they would be prepared, would they be prepared to change the use of that so it could be made to freehold. Now, yes, we would get a decision down the track to make on that particular portion of land. Some of the councillors here who are prepared to vote against this motion are prepared to accept that they're okay with the officers making submissions to the state about land that has a park sign over it. You're okay with the officers progressing towards seeking the change of that land use for housing.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
My point of order is that you're assuming that we're okay with it because we may be or may not be voting against it. And that's my point of order.
All right, well, I'd probably request that you retract that comment, councillor Bello. Councillor Friend's point is that you're making an assumption about how people's attitude towards the officer's proposal is. I don't think that's necessarily fair or accurate.
Well, I'll retract what I think is actually a fairly lame statement, but out of respect to the table, I'll try and reword it better.
Well, point of order again, Councillor Bello. I don't think the word lame is appropriate at this table either.
You're talking about his own stuff, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you're talking about your own, eh?
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about my own.
I thought you're talking about Councillor Friend's, right?
And I would welcome those viewing online to make their own judgment. Okay, so our officers were progressing to make an application to see if the state would shut down a road reserve that contained Flinders Park. Now, as soon as I heard that in the briefing session, I went to myself, no, we don't touch parks. Some of the councillors here, I would take the inference that they're okay for that to progress, to continue to progress. So there is an action being taken by staff to see if there's an outcome that could be arrived at. I'm not prepared to support that action even being started. The only way that I see that action should start is that the councillors would decide that road reserve that contains a park, we're okay to see if that could be changed to a different use. Not the officers making that application. That's really what is at the core of this. Philosophically, it is councillors and councillors only that should initiate that action, not the staff. Now, you may be supportive of the staff initiating that action, and it would seem that you are going to put that above the priorities that this motion seeks to cement in place. I'm not prepared to do that. Okay, I want the table to be the sole determiner of decisions on applications about the changing of road reserves that contain a park. That's my position. Secondly, guys, there seems to be some concern that this locks council in to a position indefinitely, infinity, as if, period, we can never ever be changed. Next meeting, a councillor could put a motion forward that a park out somewhere hasn't been used for a long time. The community applied to that councillor to say, hey, that park could be used for something better for this. There'd be nothing prohibiting a councillor from putting that forward. Absolutely nothing. These decisions we make, they start with the debate and they end, and they stop, and then the next time there's a debate about it, it starts again, like all of our policies. So to suggest that this motion is in some way constrains us so much, to me, it almost reeks of a bureaucracy. We have the ability to debate every single policy, every single meeting if we want, and we change them left, right and centre. So please don't be concerned, councillor, this locks you into something that if in the future the community want, and importantly, the community want to change, you will be able to vote on that every single time. It seems to me like councillors that you all want to protect the parks, but you don't want to support the motion. It'll be a sad day when that is the basis for your decision making, because I've always said my preference here and your preference here is not important at all. It is the preference of the community and the people who pay our wages that elect us. Their preference is of the utmost importance. And I can assure you, everyone outside there would support this motion here. Whether you do or not, that's up to you. One final point, there has been an attempt by previous councils to sell off parks. Jack's Paddock was almost sold off, but somebody in the community said, hey, stop, we don't want that to go. We'll make it a Jack's Paddock, a garden cooperative. What a great outcome. I hope you support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. We'll go to the vote. Councillors, all in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. All right, 10.3, councillors, which is a notice of motion from myself for us to support the Isaac Regional Council in terms of regulating the social impact of resource and energy projects.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So, councillors, as you would have seen in the media, there's been some disquiet around the Isaac community about a decision by a mining company to locate a camp outside of the community of Glendon. The community of Glendon is an established township, and we were approached by the council, mayor and deputy mayor in particular, of Isaac Regional Council, asking for our support in terms of fighting the decision made by the minister to allow that camp to be located outside of Glendon. Isaac Regional Council's position has been that camps should be best located in communities that are already established, not create new communities and let existing communities die. So they've asked for our support, as it's written in the recommendation there, that we write the letter to the Queensland Premier requesting the preliminary approval for a mining camp outside the township of Glendon be overturned. Support the Isaac Regional Council in its quest to have the mining camp actually located in the township of Glendon, and request the Queensland Government to commit to working with Queensland councils to ensure that mining camps are located within townships wherever possible, and any loopholes in existing legislation that prevent this be addressed. Now, I spoke with Mayor Ann Baker over the weekend and asked whether this was going to be a motion to the Local Government Association of Queensland conference. She said she hopes that this matter may be resolved before the conference is actually convened, but if it's still out there flapping in the breeze at the time of the conference, it will definitely be presented by Isaac Regional Council. So, councillors, I'm just seeking your endorsement to help Isaac Regional Council and support them to overturn this decision and try and get that mining camp established back in the community of Glendon, which is already in place.
It's a question, Mr Mayor. Where is I was going to suggest we put the word strongly supports in there to give it a little bit of oomph. But where is this recommendation going to? I know Anne has asked that we send her a copy, and we could send a copy to Barry O'Sullivan and Brittany, our local people, to let them know our feelings. But where is this intended to go?
The substantive part of the recommendation, Councillor Mather, is that we write the letter to the Premier to express our support for Isaac in ensuring that this mining camp be located in Glendon.
So maybe we should have added that to the recommendation.
Well, it's in point 1 there, I think, Councillor Mather, support Isaac Regional Council by writing a letter to the Queensland Premier.
Yep. I've jumped over a couple here by the sound of it, yes. But could we add that word strongly support when we write the letter, Mr Mayor? Because...
Strongly supports. Happy to include that, Councillor
yes,
Mather.
thank you. And I'd be happy to speak to it when...
I beg your pardon?
I'd be happy to speak to it when you're ready.
Thank you. All right, anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Mather, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I could speak firsthand in relation to these small communities. We lived in Dysart for several years, and I know, as somebody who worked there, who interacted with the community, how vital it is for the people to consolidate within those mining towns. It depends, it's a matter of, if you go and pick up a packet of strawberries, that's going to help to keep somebody in a job, believe it or not. It's a community that looks after itself. They have their problems, but they sort it out. And while the local authorities cover these Dysart, Middlemount, Glendon, Murrumbidgee, all those areas, it's a big job. It's a big job trying to keep people in jobs, keep people in beds, keep people in the workforce, just in the towns to provide the service to these camps. And I cannot think of a more substantial motion to get to the Premier than this one, Mr Mayor, because it's going to keep people in jobs, it's going to keep families together, because they have to send their kids away to go to school, and that fragments the family. And that's, you know what happens when kids get into trouble and mum and dad aren't around. So I know firsthand how much this would mean to the Murrumbidgee community and the Glendon community. And all I can say, members, I hope that you support it. There's something else I was going to say too, but I think that'll do for now. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone else wish to speak to or against the motion? Councillor Friend.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll just speak to the motion. It's so important that we stand in solidarity with other local governments within Queensland. The local government areas are the heart and soul and the life's blood of all regional communities. Not only do they provide road networks and other infrastructure, they also provide social events and community events as well. And in this instance, Isaac Regional Council had undertaken 2 resolutions not to allow mining camps outside of the Glendon area. Yet the state has come along and said, well, we're going to override that. They are the authority in their local area, and I support Mayor Baker and her fellow councillors 100%.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion, either for or against, before we wrap up? All right, happy to go to the vote, councillors. Okay, I've got a mover myself, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.4, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to lobbying for an Emu Park High School. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Moving my motion, and I'll
Thank
speak with it. So for those watching online, I'll just read the resolution that council send a letter of request and avocation to the Queensland Minister for Education, the Honourable Grace, and to the member for Keppel, Ms Brittany Lorger, being for the Queensland State Government criteria for a co-educational state high school to be constructed at Emu Park within the Livingstone Shire, and that within this letter, the Queensland State Government is notified that their response will be conveyed to the residents of Emu Park. Since I've become a councillor in 2020, I've been notified and contacted by, and I mean quite a lot of people. I can't even give you a number. It's been a tremendous amount of people in resident outreach and other areas that want a high school in Emu Park. Some of the residents have been lobbying for this since the 1990s. My intent of this particular notice of motion today is to actually find out in writing what the criteria is and when they may consider one in Emu Park. So what is the state government criteria? Does it have to be a certain amount of students? Does it have to be a certain amount of residents? There are about 7,000 residents approximately in the areas of Emu Park, Zilsey, Keppel Sands, Tamby and Kinka Beach and Kawarrell. And everyone has families and they continue to grow and marry and there's more children. I've often heard the term, if you build it, they will come, from that movie. I believe it was Field of Dreams in 1989. However, we need to know when the state government will consider a high school and what are the complexities around this. So my notice of motion today is to actually find that tangible information from the state and notify the residents of Emu Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to it?
Look, I will speak for it. Look, we have been here before, and they did come back. It's a numbers game. However, we need to keep this at the forefront. We need to make sure we just keep pressing forward. Councillor Bello and myself had a chat with a fellow on NAIDOC Day, actually, who was proposing a type of school at Emu Park that actually got us quite excited. So if we can get something there, we've got a growing community, and it's going to get bigger, not smaller. It's quite a long way every day to go to from Emu Park or Keppel Sands, Kawarrell even, and it will be a great asset to our community. So, yep, I do support this motion. Whether we get anywhere with it, we don't know, but at least we'll get some answers, and we'll keep it at the forefront of the community, and the community will realise that we're trying to do something about it.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else like to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor,
Councillor
speaking to
Mather.
it, if that's possible.
I beg your pardon?
Speaking to it, if
Of
that's
course,
possible.
yes.
Thank you very much. If we're looking for tangible information, it's there in the files, because I put a similar motion to the table some years ago, and that information was provided then. We're talking about bus numbers, we're talking about kids who had to stand up at that time, kids who had to travel all the way to Rockhampton because there was no high school here. So they spent a lot of time travelling. They spent a lot of time back then standing up. So then that's why they had to put seatbelts in the buses. There's a whole lot of things that came from that earlier notice of motion, and I thank the good councillor for raising it again, because the timing with the growth that we're experiencing now, it might be, well, it certainly is better than what we had before. But we've got that information, and it's just a matter of digging out the files and getting it, and perhaps updating it, knowing what we had before, Mr Mayor, because it is needed, and I believe we could even have a little site that we've our eye on that might be suitable for that. So, I like to say that a lot of these kids are fatigued because they have to get up early to catch the bus and travel. By the time they get to school, they're ready to go to sleep. So I think if they can just pedal their bikes to school and pedal their bikes to school, and they've got more time that they can interact with their friends and all the rest of it. So thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillors, I'd like to take the opportunity to speak to this as well, because I think it's something that we as a council need to get behind. I know, as Councillor Eastwood's pointed out before, we've been down this road before, and the statistics have basically not supported the construction of a high school at Emu Park. Well, you know, I'm getting sick and tired of statistics being presented by the state government that stop us from doing things and stop them from doing things in this community. Classic example is the intersection of Darien Road and Artillery Road. I mean, we've been given statistics by the state that say they can't afford a roundabout, they can't afford an overpass, they can't afford this, they can't afford that, they can't afford traffic lights, they can't afford lots of things. But ultimately, they're not looking to the future. If their own statisticians are telling them that our population here by 2045 will be almost double what it is now. So you're going to turn around and tell this community that they can't have a high school when you've got kids on buses, as Councillor Mather's saying. We're losing kids to schools in other communities like Rockhampton when they could essentially be educated locally on the Capricorn coast. I just think it's an abomination. But anyway, rant over, and I will call for the vote unless anyone else wants to speak. Councillor Bello, thank you. Councillor Swadling.
Yeah, I mean, thank you through the chair, Mr Mayor. Once again, 100% support. The state government needs to wake up and smell the roses around this. It's just ridiculous. I mean, how long does this community have to wait to have these high schools put here? You know, if you look at our current economic data, and you look at all the evidence is there, simply as the Mayor has alluded to, that our population is rising, and the risk for school children on a bus isn't helping them with their learning, sitting around, and idle times. But we as a council, yes, 100% agree. We need to be continually on this every single opportunity that we can get. It's well and truly overdue for a high school within the Emu Park area, and I'm a strong supporter that hopefully that we get that happening.
Thanks, Councillor Swadling. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, it's more to do with perhaps whether the mover of the motion, Councillor Friend, would consider an amendment including sending it to the opposition party, David Crucifulli and his team. Ultimately, we have been here before. Elections around the corner. It'd be very interesting to see what an alternate government would, what's their formula. Is it identical to the current state government, or have they got a different application that they apply? So I believe strategically it would be perhaps beneficial to send it to both the government and the opposition leader.
Mr Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I think that's a great idea. I only wished I'd thought of it. Thank you.
All right, so that's included there. All right. Any further commentary, councillors, before we go to the vote? Or close debate? We've got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. No surprise there. We will break a procedural motion to break for morning tea, councillors. All in favour? We're probably past morning tea, councillors. Procedural motion to resume from morning tea. Moved Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, councillors, the CEO has an update for us based on some questions asked earlier in the meeting. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just those questions on notice that were taken during the business outstanding is provide councillors with an update on those. Councillor Friend, you asked about the business case for the playground at Paramount Park. It is in process at the moment, but unlikely to be any sooner than contemplated. That sort of early part of next calendar year when the capital works is considered. Councillor Mather asked about the accuracy of the minutes in relation to that item. Councillor Friend's been good enough to share those with colleagues. Your memory is right in the main, Councillor Mather, in that it was recommended that those matters don't proceed, but the council resolved to the contrary. Councillor Watson asked about the Bungendara Wild Dogs survey that was issued on Friday, and apologies that we didn't notify councillors at the time, but that was emailed to residents on Friday. And yes, Councillor Friend, the meeting for Access Chambers is Thursday afternoon.
Thank you very much for your time in doing that.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. And councillors, we're up to 10.5, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to land tenure for the Capricorn Coast Outriggers Canoe Club. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to your motion, please?
I'd certainly like to move the motion, Mr Chair.
Reserve your right to speak to it later.
No, happy to speak now, thank you.
Righto.
Councillors, once again, we're talking about tenure of state land. This has a very interesting story to it. As you may well know, I've moved a motion probably over a year ago to try and find, or to set the task for council through their offices, or through our offices, to try and find suitable land for the outriggers to find somewhere to create infrastructure that is fit for their purposes that they desperately need. I think it almost goes back something like 30 years that they've been operating out of fairly modest facilities, usually underneath somebody's house. I believe that President John Jennings would often house all of their equipment. The good work of the officers, and I certainly commend them for their problem solving and their critical thinking, because they come up with a potential site, and that was where the Scouts are located in Lammermoor. Fantastic. Great discussions were had between the Scouts and the outriggers, and the Scouts were fully supportive of the outriggers being able to utilise a portion of the balance of land which they did not feel would hinder their activity there. And what a great outcome that would be. The Scouts and the outriggers co-joining together on that piece of land. The outriggers even got to the extent where they applied for some funding, $80,000, and they were successful in that, to be able to build a shed. Happy days, they're moving forward. This is 30 years in the making, and through the good work of our officers, a site has been identified. Alas, things come to a grinding halt. Through due diligence, it was established that the actual Scout facility didn't cover the entire land area that they thought they did. For years and years they've been using that land, and it's actually not theirs to use, although nobody complained, everybody was happy with it. And the balance of the land is actually Pilkington Park. We're actually talking about a park again. This is amazing. So unfortunately, Pilkington Park actually doesn't allow for that use to occur there, just as a right. So things got complicated. The outriggers were potentially at the point of, it's just too hard, we're going to have to give up. What this motion is about is working in conjunction with our officers and the outriggers to send a clear message to the Department of Resources that in principle, we actually support the outriggers being able to continue with what that previous plan was, to build a fit-for-purpose shed there. Obviously goes through the appropriate processes, public notification, whatever that may be. But ultimately, this council is supportive of that action going there, or that activity occurring there. And we do everything that we can within our powers to make clear to the state government, and we do the application virtually, and at whatever appropriate point the outriggers will become involved. to do the material change of use, but rather than leave the outriggers there to do the bulk of the application and that sort of behind the scenes application, council is going to step up and continue on with that exciting process, which will see, hopefully, subject to the community's feedback, an amazing facility achieved for a club that has for 30 years wandered around in the wilderness. So I hope that you're able to support this, and if there's any wording there that you feel is not quite correct or a little bit ambiguous, by all means, I welcome any amendments that you feel would be appropriate to help you get it across the line. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Got a mover in Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, just very quickly, a point of clarification for me, and there's no way in the world that I don't support the outriggers in terms of getting a location. Are we talking here, obviously, facility at Pilkington Park, which is fine. What's the proposal then for the end of Lammermoor Beach? Is that in addition, or is it they're going to relocate entirely to Pilkington Park? What's the intent?
Yeah, great question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Ultimately, the site here that was identified is for the operational and maintenance type activities, and it's relatively close still to their point of access at the southern end of Lammermoor Beach. But the southern end of Lammermoor Beach is purely where they meet to launch their boats and go paddling, and then all the back of house stuff would happen at this site here, and they've identified that as a really good result with the hard work of Molly there, walking alongside those guys. The committee there are super impressed with the potential of this site for that purpose. So
boat storage would be at Pilkington Park?
Boat storage would probably still be, there'd be a combination of both, I suspect, but I guess they're the questions that perhaps the outriggers themselves would be best, and maybe for those who can come on Sunday we could get some clarity about their operational requirements. And the Scouts also have made clear that this shed, if it was to go onto Pilkington Park, would be much better than what was potentially going to be the outcome if Pilkington Park was not made available. Then they would have to squeeze the shed onto the balance of the remaining Scout land, which meant trees coming down, Scouts shrinking their footprint, and really it probably wasn't a great outcome for anybody. If that answers the question, thank you.
It does, thank you very much. Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Bello, for bringing this to the table, and I'm not certainly against your proposals, but I am interested in a couple of things. So you've got under your first point here to enable development of a clubhouse/shed for the sport of outrigging. Usually clubhouses are associated with gatherings and fellowship of like-minded people that actually have a basis for commercial selling of drinks or food, etc. And then the state clearly states that commercial improvements are not appropriate. However, they would consider storage for the club's purposes. So where do we go from there?
Very, very easily. I guess it would be all subject to an application, but the Scout riggers, that's a new one. The Scout riggers, hey, that could work. The outriggers have at no point indicated that they want to become a commercial entity and, similar to the sailing club or anything like that. Their core business is just paddling canoes, and this will provide them somewhere to work on those canoes, on those boats, on their infrastructure. It's certainly not about commercial activity.
So therefore, if they did have somewhere to go to meet, would they not then entice regattas or other sailing activities from other clubs to our region?
Would they what, sorry?
Would they not entice other like regattas or other sailing activities from other clubs around the Queensland to our region?
This would greatly enhance their capacity to build their club's footprint and their profile. Currently they operate out of a metal toolbox that sits on a pallet in amongst the cottonwoods at the southern end of Lammermoor Beach, which is pretty remarkable what they're able to achieve. So one can only imagine what this could open up for them.
As I said, I'm certainly not against it. However, you did mention that the councillors have a meeting with them this Sunday on the 23rd. I'm going to propose a procedural motion to lay 10.5 and 10.6 on the table until after that meeting to seek clarification for ourselves.
All right, so councillor Friend is moving a procedural motion. This lays on the table until when, councillor?
Is it appropriate, Mr Mayor, to propose a special meeting next week?
It's not inappropriate, no.
So until we can propose a date for a special meeting next week to then discuss this further.
All right, councillor Bello, can I ask you a question? Would that necessarily disadvantage the Outriggers Club in any way?
I don't know that it would actually advantage nor disadvantage, but certainly I don't think it would advantage, but that'll be up to the table, of course.
Right. All right. So, got a procedural motion from councillor Friend that the matter lay on the table pending the community consultation process or on Sunday the 23rd of July and to be brought to a special meeting of council. Okay. All right.
So, Mr Mayor, just to clarify, that was for 10.5 and 10.6.
10.5 and 10.6. Right. Duplicate. Councillor.
Point of clarification, that's acknowledging there's not to be debate on procedural motions, but Mr Chair, I would ask you to consider 10.6 being included in this, given that 10.6 relates to actually the operating of the day itself. It is not the outriggers that are operating the day, and 10.6 is specifically about how that day is going to function. I recognise.
About the barbecue or whatever. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll retract 10.6, Mr
All right.
Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we've got a procedural motion moved by councillor Friend that the matter lay on the table pending the community consultation on Sunday the 23rd of July to return to a special meeting of council. All right, all in favour? Those against? Carried.
Question, Mr Mayor. Do we have any other meeting or activity that would require all the councillors to be present that we could tag the special meeting onto that day rather than have to drag everybody from Kanawara up this way
Well, yeah.
for a special meeting?
Short answer is I have to.
Could be.
The intent was for something next week. We assemble for a briefing on the 1st of August, which is Tuesday week. If there's an opportunity prior to that, we'll tack something on, but we probably won't trouble drag everyone in for what I imagine will be a fairly brief meeting other than being
Happy to also, Mr CEO, approve Teams attendance for councillors if they wanted to attend that way.
Mr Mayor, may I just say that Wednesday the 26th, all councillors have been invited here to the council chambers to welcome Japanese students, Satama Japanese students.
So what was the date you mentioned, Mr CEO?
It's the Tuesday following that, the 1st of August.
Right.
If councillors are all going to be here on Wednesday the 26th, we can give the requisite notice for that day.
What are we doing in August, Mr CEO?
Briefing session 1st of August, councillor Noble.
Well, I think in fairness to the Outriggers Club, we'd probably like to, or Councillor Bello would probably like to get it resolved prior to that, Councillor Mead. Yeah. Well, look, councillors, we might look for Friday next week with the Japanese students. Wednesday, beg your pardon, right, Wednesday, whenever it was. And
We'll tic-tac with councillors offline.
yep, excellent, thank you. All right. 10.6, again from Councillor Bello in relation to community consultation with the Outriggers Club. Councillor Bello.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm moving this motion. Basically, to explain it, is to enhance the scope of the discussions and considerations that could occur at the southern end of Lenmore Beach when we have the community sausage sizzle. It would be beneficial, I believe, to include some specialised staff there that may be able to answer questions that arise on the day that occur outside of the Outriggers footprint, given that any increase in infrastructure there is likely to increase in more traffic there. And what I'm hearing from people in that area, in that catchment, that traffic is certainly their number one issue, and they're very empathetic of the Outriggers' number one issue. So, and furthermore, I believe that a master plan of some sort could be very beneficial, that could be developed following that community consultation. If there's elements that the community raise that are relevant, then I believe it would be a good strategy for this council to develop a master plan for that little precinct, which is experiencing enormous growth, and some great outcomes could be achieved through the master planning process. So I seek councillors' support
Second, Mr.
for
Mayor.
this one. Thank you.
All right, so I've got a move of Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend. All right, Councillor May, you got a question?
Yeah, just, yes, to the good member. Traffic, parking. What consideration been given to the parking of the visitors and the visitors and the members?
Is that a question, Councillor Mather, to,
Yes,
I
yes.
guess it's a question to you, Councillor Bello.
and what is the question, Councillor Mather?
Have you given consideration to the amount of parking that be required, whether they be members of the club or visitors or visiting members?
What, to the,
Where are they going to put their cars?
on the Sunday morning
If you
community
look-
engagement?
Well,
Or we're
yeah,
talking long term?
long term as
Yeah,
well.
great, I guess they're the
I
sort
mean, I
of,
don't mind walking 5 miles to get there. I don't mind that at
Yep.
all. But I'm thinking we're looking at something permanent. Have you considered where they're going to be designated parking for these people?
I guess the good news is I'm a really good tiler. I'm not a great traffic engineer. And I say that with all sincerity.
He is good, Tyler.
But I am confident that our staff, I guess this is about identifying through this engagement, both with the outriggers and the broader catchment, what are the issues there that are pressing, as you rightly point out and have done for quite a number of years. There's an email trail there connected to this, and a letter came through from Brittany's Lawger's office to myself saying, hey, things aren't working well, can you assist in any way, shape or form? So that's what this is about, to identify what can be done. I think importantly though for me, if we don't have the appropriate staff on site at these engagements, and my feelings on towards, say, our community resident outreach programs that we have, I think it's fundamental to have staff there that can answer the questions that we can't. We're fairly limited in our expertise, and to get good value for those people who actually turn up to these types of events, and this one coming Sunday, I think it would be very important and professional of us to have the staff there that can answer the questions about traffic, parking, how do you slow speeds down, what does it take to create a slow speed environment, is angled parking better, is parallel parking, all those sorts of things. So I'm seeking to really expand on the engagement that's going to occur this coming Sunday by having the appropriate staff there. And furthermore from that, actually I'm probably debating more than I should, so
Yeah.
I've answered the question.
You've
Mr.
answered
Chair.
the question.
Well, I think so. I think so. Not quite, Mr. Mayor. You need to take some mapping with you because this is a highly congested area for accidents waiting to happen, traffic congestion. So we're looking for parking, and as we all know,
You're basically in debate at the moment too, Councillor Mather. So,
no.
well, yes, you are. But ultimately, I think Councillor Bello has answered your question. We will endeavour, if assuming the motion is passed, to get officers and relevant officers in attendance on
I'll
the weekend.
button it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, so councillors, any further questions of the good deputy? All right, we've got a resolution in front of you, which is a recommendation, I beg your pardon, moved by Councillor Bello, second by Councillor Friend. I'm going to go to the vote. All in favour?
Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Eastwood, sorry.
I would have liked the opportunity to speak.
All right.
Well, speak on it, actually. Yeah. Look,
I did give you an opportunity, Councillor
thank
Eastwood.
you. Yeah, look, this is a great little area that council have put some fantastic infrastructure into. So you go down there, we've just completed an all abilities access to the beach. We've got great toilet blocks, shower blocks. And yet, you go along that path and you look at where the outriggers are, and it's just about third world. It's absolutely disgraceful. And not only is it disgraceful, just the vegetation there is disgraceful. The way it's just been allowed to get out of control, the weeds have been just overrun the joint. And this could be such a fantastic area for our whole community. You've got dangerous we parked in there the other day, and I said to Councillor Bello, I said, oh, don't park in front first, you'll never get out. Because that's dangerous to get out there, out of there. It's really, we need to have a good look at it. And the reason I'm speaking on this is just before Sunday, if I don't give it a chance to get in your ear, just to really have a good look around at that area when we're there. And you'll see what I'm saying. Walk down where the outriggers are set up, and you'll go, oh, you're kidding. This club's been going for years, and this is the best we can do. It's outrageous. And so we've just, it's got a lot of planning, a lot of stuff's got to happen there, but we can do it. And this is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the seconder, I'd like to also speak to it as well, and basically agree with Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Bello. I think that none of us disagree that we don't want to support the Outrigging Club. We want to support all of our community clubs and sporting clubs. It's really, really important for our community. But we do need to know what the traffic movement's going to be. We need to know how we're going to formalise the parking, and all these things are very relevant. So I also agree that it's important to have an officer there on our Sunday meeting to discuss these things, be it for or against, so that we have an overall understanding and can make informative decisions. Thank you.
All right. So we're happy to go to the vote now, councillors? All right. Mover, Councillor Bello, seconded, Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.7, notice of motion from Councillor Swadling in relation to remote council meetings. Councillor Swadling, I'd like to speak to your motion.
Yeah, it's I've been around for a few different areas within our community, and keep getting asked the question about, will council come up and have a meeting up in our area? And so I put that on this motion today to councils to just consider that option. Not are we just centred within Yeppoon, but our region's so large, and certainly it's something that the feeling out there in the community would like to see. I mean, and that's why I put this motion forward today. Thank you.
All right, you were point 2 is about the...
Oh, sorry, point 2, yeah, is immediate procedure standing orders in date of the ordinary council will be changed to 7th of October to accommodate the absence of a number of councillors attending the local government association meeting as well, annual conference in Gladstone at the time. So that's the second part of that motion.
All right, thanks, Councillor Swadling. I'm going to move a second and Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, could we make that 2 motions, please? 2 separate motions? They're 2 different things.
They are already in 2 motions, Councillor Friend. On the screen, they're 1 and 2.
Yes, I know, but I'm saying two separate, because this is one recommendation with part 1 and 2 in it.
What did you want to split, Councillor Mather?
Yes, please.
No, what did you want to split, Councillor Mather?
Each 1 and 2 having their own motion.
Why would we need to do that?
Well, you're talking about changing a date for the conference, or what is it for? We're looking at changing a date there,
Yeah.
in relation to the Local Government Association, and the other one he's talking about taking the council meetings out to the public.
Yes.
2 different matters.
But it's captured under the one
Yes, that I'm
notice
saying.
of
Yes,
motion.
I'd vote for one, but I wouldn't vote for the other. That's what I'm saying. And that's the case. I'd have to put them both down. I didn't want to do that.
All right, so you want to separate the 2 of them? Is
Well, I think it would be smarter, Mr Mayor, that's all.
Well, I'm going to need the leave of the table to do that. So,
Sorry.
Is that a procedural motion?
I think you just got Councillor Mather proposing just part 1.
Yeah, just split them. All right. Okay, so we'll deal with part 1 first.
And propose for Councillor Mather, I'm guessing.
Yes, you're going to move that. Oh, sorry, Councillor Swadling will no doubt move his point part 1. You're happy to second Councillor Mather, the point part 1? Right, okay. Right, all right. Seconded Councillor Friend.
Before you ask us to vote, Mr. Chair, just to get clarity though, is there councillors already noted who's going to go to the conference, and they're going to be too many away to hold the meeting, or is there only a couple going? We'll still have a quorum. Is that your concern, or
The recommendation from the CEO is that all councillors attend the conference in October. That's
Right.
not part of this motion, Councillor Bello, but later in the meeting, the CEO has put up a report saying that all councillors, given that it's in Gladstone and relatively affordable, his suggestion was that all officers attend
All councillors.
Yeah, all councillors, I beg your pardon. should
So I'm
attend.
trying to work out how would we hold the meeting if we're all at the conference, or the bulk of them go? Sorry?
Couldn't we just tag this onto the motion further down the track? Yeah, as in later in the day? This one with...
In relation to
Yeah.
for the CEO's report.
Yeah, your CEO's
Right.
report.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be easy just to pick that up and drop it on that?
Well, that's up to
Okay.
Councillor Swadling. If you're happy to leave it till then, we can make it.
I don't actually.
Just aligns better with the CEO's thing.
Mr. CEO, no dramas.
What's the issue with it?
All right, so we are dealing
You
with
said
point
there was.
one and leaving the matter of the date to later in the meeting, councillors. So do we need a motion for that, Mr. CEO, to add it onto yours, like as in lay on the table till we come to yours? Right. All right. So we've got point one, which is pursuant to section 2573B of the Local Government Regulation 2012 and clause 215 of the Meeting Procedures Policy, Standing Orders. Council resolves to hold its ordinary council meeting in October 2023 to be held at a suitable venue within the Caves Township. Okay, moved Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Friend. Okay, Councillor Swadling, did you want to speak to it any further? Anyone speaking against? Would anyone like to speak at all? Councillor May, your light's on. Right.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I can understand what Councillor Swadling is trying to say, and we did that. We did that. We went around the Shire on a number of locations. There was just very little response. And I don't know if anything's changed in the meantime, but I do know that there was an awful lot of work put into the accommodation. When I say the accommodation, getting the right tables and chairs, getting the acoustics right, getting the electrical appliances working. It was quite cumbersome for the staff and a lot of extra work, and they start early and they clean up after we go. And for the amount of people, I think Marlborough had 2 or 3. I don't know if any came to the Caves. There weren't a lot anyway. We had one at Farnborough. You know, it just wasn't worth the effort that our people put into it.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather.
I mean, I'd stand to be corrected, but, you know, we need to tell them that if you really want to know what your council's doing, you need to turn up. But a lot of people are working. They've got kids at school. They're doing shopping, getting haircuts and stuff. So the reasons why they can't be there sometimes, not because they don't want to know, but if they're happy and they don't turn up, that's what you want, isn't it? They're happy.
All right, thanks, Councillor Mather. Anyone else wish to speak to the recommendation? Are we happy to go to the vote, councillors? All right, we'll close debate. Moved Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. Right, we're out of notices of motion. On to reports. 11.1, response to the notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to community DA process review. Welcome back to the table, Mr. Rabbits. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hello again, councillors. In relation to the response to the notice of motion from Councillor Bello from late last year, we've undertaken a review of our processes. So every year we receive a handful of applications from community groups, and generally those require some tenure to be acquired. So there's 2 steps to the process. So some community groups already have tenure when they go make a DA an application, and other community groups require tenure from council. So I think it's important to understand that those 2 things are discrete processes. When a DA is applied for, a development application is applied for, that's covered up under the Planning Act, and there's a couple of other key documents that feed into that, such as the Minister's Guidelines and also the Development Assessment Rules. What those 2 key documents, along with the Planning Act, strive to achieve is consistency in the process, whether it's a community group or a private developer undertaking an application. So we also had a look at the current processes for when a community group does wish to acquire tenure and make a development application, and we provide some face-to-face access to the property teams, the development assessment teams, the community development, sport and recreation teams. We also have a pre-lodgement advice service. We also have some information sheets, and we provide links and connections to other support agencies such as state government or external agencies. That might be DNR, or it could be national parks, for instance, and so forth. So what we did was and as part of that review, we identified some aspects that could require some attention. So in terms of the improvement of facilitation between the discussion and coordination of how those processes align and work, revisiting some of our information contained within our fact sheets, development of some new fact sheets, and improvements to our website. A good example of that is the recent. We've changed some of the set out on there, and for instance, public notifications is a good example of a recent improvement. There is an outcome within the operational plan for later in the year, and that's review an options paper for councillors to identify strategies for community group assistance, and that should be delivered in September. Along with that, we also have bi-monthly assistance to community groups, and some examples in that how to do grant and funding applications, financial management, event planning, marketing and sponsorship, and that list goes on a little bit further. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Greg. Questions, councillors?
The question there.
Councillor Bello.
Thanks for the report there, Greg. Probably one thing that stands out for me, it's encouraging to see any improvements in the process, is where we're still identifying, I guess, community groups or private developers. Are we suggesting that they're still going to be treated, in order to achieve equity, they're still going to be treated basically the same?
Essentially, yes, because we need to provide a consistent framework for both parties, and it is transparent. Okay, so if there's other examples, though, where we have a differentiation in how we treat, and one that comes to mind is when we dispose of a non-current asset, we don't have to go through a tender process if we're going to sell it or dispose of it to a community group. So what I'm curious on is we have, I think that's just an observation I'm making at this point in time. I believe that informs us that there are ways that you can have a different approach because they are very distinctly different groups. So that's just, I'd welcome any feedback on that, and or if you think that changes the sort of the potentially what could be done. I don't mind laying this on the table to see what could come from exploring that. So the example, in terms of development applications, there are some legislative frameworks that surround that, and we are bound by those rules. In terms of a disposable asset within council, that would be a policy direction for the organisation.
So I guess therefore the council creates policies. Is there the ability to create some more flexibility within a policy that applies to community groups applying for changes of tenure of land or through the MCU process, or do we believe we've got it as good as we've got it can get?
I'm happy to take that question on notice and do some further research for you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose that we lay this on the table to allow exploring of that particular, I guess, observation. In the absence, unless the table would like to go further, I understand.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask the member a question. Did you have any idea of the area that you would think that could be changed, that could make it lighter, like without, but trying to be consistent, trying to apply the rules to everybody, transparency and all that? Is there some area that you think it could be tweaked that wouldn't break the rules, would show transparency, but it would make it lighter, not so onerous for these people?
I'd like to think there is. Yeah. Well, I'm limited in my knowledge on these subjects, and I recognise that the officers have far greater comprehension than I do. But I guess what I'm identifying is we have examples whereby we treat community groups very different to, for example, a developer or someone who wants to purchase the land that was gifted to Anglicare, for example. That didn't have to go through a tender process. It didn't need to, because we have a policy that allows for that to occur without going to tender because it's a community group. Well, it was able to be disposed of to a community organisation on the basis that they fit that definition. So that's... Well, it's not so much the definitions are important, but it's what the definitions inform then. Because there's the ability then to treat a community organisation very differently than what you would if they weren't a community group. Then it would have to go to an open tender process, and in that particular case, they'd compete with the open market. So I guess my point is, given that we have examples where it's not that we're not equitable, but we're able to, for good reasons and justified reasons, support those community organisations. I'm trying to understand how far can we go in support of them through their DA process, for example. And I'm not so much concerned about equity, because I know that we can offset equity concerns by virtue of them being community organisations.
Yeah, I think that answers my question, Mr. Mayor, and maybe the officer he might take that up and have some place to start looking.
Well, councillors, what I'm going to propose is that, I mean, we're just receiving this report at the moment, so if the officers are happy for an amendment to occur, that the report be received, because ultimately we can still receive the report, but further that be received, and that officers provide further information in relation to opportunities to better support community groups. Better support community groups through the development application process. Mr. Deputy, are you happy with that? It kind of goes over what you've already asked. I mean, I'm just looking, based on your question before about opportunities to change council policy and whether council has the opportunity to change policy, what we can explore with that.
Yeah, I guess it's receiving the report in its current status, recognising that there's potentially more that can inform.
Correct.
Provided there's actions that, provided I guess the officers are clear on what it is that we're asking them, that's probably the most important thing.
It's recognised that receiving the report isn't necessarily
Including
or even agreeing with it.
No, that's right. Yeah. And I guess if the officers are in any way confused about what we're asking for, you can contact Councillor Bello.
Well, if I could just, Mr. Chair, it'd be interesting to know from the officer's perspective, is it beneficial for the report to be received in its current format, or would you prefer that it be, is there any need to submit it now? If there's still work to be considered, then I'd be curious as whether you'd prefer to be able to work further on the report to then present it.
We are proposing to provide, as part of our operational plan requirements, we're proposing to provide an options paper coming up in the next couple of months, which is, if I understand this conversation, is starting to venture into that territory about what options are available to community groups.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? It's just an attempt to try and get a better outcome. Yeah. All right, so moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Swadling. All in favour?
Oh, well, if I could have just spoken and to say thank you to the officers and thank you for Councillor Mather nodding rather furiously there for me to proceed. I'm happy to proceed.
Well, you've already done it, Councillor Bello, so it's too late, isn't it? Right. Ten 11.2, I beg your pardon, is a response Yeah, unanimous. 11.2, response to notice of motion from Councillor Hutton's 100,000 trees strategy.
Mr Mayor, I'll move this. I'll move to receive the report.
Okay. Seconded Councillor Mather. Thank you. So moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. Greg, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As highlighted, there was a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to a 100,000 trees strategy over a 10-year period, so roughly 10,000 trees per year, along with a budget estimate that could be included potentially in the 23-24 budget. We currently have a number of strategy and frameworks that contain recommendations for the planting of trees within the region. And I think it's important to distinguish the different characteristics between a street tree and a cosp of trees that may be planted within a parkland area or an area you wish to rejuvenate back to nature. So we have the biodiversity strategy, the open spaces framework, the low carbon 2030 strategy as well. They all provide some recommendations in relation to that. Just as an interesting statistic, the statewide land and tree study, or SLATs they call it, it's undertaken by various government agencies, and what they do is they look at what the tree coverage within the state is from 1 year, and then look at it again the next year. And what that report found was the clearing activity within the Great Barrier Reef catchment areas, which we are, we're a Reef Guardian Council, accounted for 44% of the state's total clearing. And more than 3/4 of that clearing was in the reef catchments in 2019 to 2020. So in order to achieve the suggested planting target of about 100,000 trees by 2035, it would mean we'd need to plant just on 8,300 trees per year and maintained each year for the next 12 years, which would equate to about 160 trees per year. We currently are planning on delivering about 5,000 plantings in the 23-24 year, so that would be roughly half of that, but still well short. Within the report, there's also some action items and what it would estimate cost, what the cost would be to achieve that target, and that figure comes in around about $670,000. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Greg. Questions, councillors? Councillor Watson.
Through the chair, Greg, do we even have enough staff to plant that many trees?
No.
And have we got any other way of doing it other than land care? So I have mentioned it to land care and they nearly fell over when I told about it.
We could engage volunteer organisations, but again, it would be a huge ask for them because you're talking 8,500 trees per year.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you. In the original notice of motion, through you, Mr Mayor, to Greg, in the original notice of motion that the good former councillor Hutton put through, there was going to be a budget estimate for consideration in the 23-24 budget. We've already accepted that budget with a surplus of $164,000. I believe that's correct. And so the costs of actually planting that amount of trees, not including water costs, extra staff, etc., is well in excess of that $164,000 surplus. So with the 5,000 we're planting in 23-24, that is within our capability as a Category 3 council?
Yes, it is. It's already allocated for.
Lovely. Are we concerned with the future El Nino?
I guess the weather is one of those things that's difficult to predict, and again, it would just come back to ensuring we have suitable sites that potentially would have sufficient groundwater.
Certainly. And I'm also aware that our staff that are currently in that particular sector are doing an amazing job with what they have and within their capabilities and within budget. So thank you.
Councillor Watson, question?
Is there a way we can change our planning act so that the developers have to leave more trees there, which means less that we have to plant, and keeps our areas leafy green before they have to be rebuilt, sort of after the development?
So a lot of that is based around the engineering design
say, a subdivision. I'll use that. And sometimes they may require additional fill, which might have to come from an area that currently has some vegetation on it. But council can certainly look at some policies to retain vegetation in certain areas, and also we have a document called or a guideline called the Capricorn Municipal Development Guidelines, which also inform a lot of that work.
Any other questions, Councillor Watson?
So is that what we're going to be doing? I mean, you say we can look at it, but will we do it or look at doing it? As in with the idea of the planning acts and things like that?
I guess if the desire of the council is to create more green space in terms of retained area, that's something that can certainly be looked at as part of the planning scheme amendments process coming up.
All right, thank you. All right, Councillor Friend, you're moving this. Did you want to speak to it?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think I've said enough and asked enough questions.
All right, thank you. Anyone speaking against?
Not against in principle, Mr Mayor, but I think we can only do what's physically possible, and that will rely on what is financially possible. We've got so many things in the Shire that we'd like to do, and if we're asking our staff or our volunteers to go over and above the capabilities that we can provide, I think we have to rethink the whole project.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other comments, Councillor? Councillor Eastwood?
Look, I just think it's a great thing to aim for. Whether we achieve it or not, it's a start. We've got to aim for it. We've got to try to plant as many trees as we can, and we need to make our parks and our off-road areas as green and wonderful as they can be, and keep the parks.
Thank you. All right, happy to go to the vote, councillors. Anyone else wish to speak before we do that? All right, got a mover, Councillor Friend, second, Councillor Mather, all in favour. Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.3 we've already dealt with, councillors, so I'll move to 11.4, which is the Memorandum of Understanding between Livingstone Shire Council and the Urban Development Institute of Australia, Queensland Central Queensland Branch. Mr Abbott, this is yours again.
Thank you again.
Get your permanent seat here.
Thank you. Back in the Urban Development Institute of Australia is the peak body representing developers within the country, whether they be subdivision or high-rise development or any other property development. So back in May, the Mayor, the Manager for Economy and Places, and the Manager of Development and Environment met with the local representative of the Urban Development Institute of Australia and some representatives from Brisbane. And during the course of that conversation or the discussion, it was suggested that a memorandum of understanding be entered into with Livingstone Shire Council. The purpose of that memorandum of understanding would be, it is a non-legally binding document, so either party can opt out when they want. But the purpose of that document really is about trying to bring the two parties together so that we have a deeper understanding of what's happening within the development industry, and they also have a deeper understanding of what's happening, what the issues councils are facing. The term of the MOU would be determined by the election cycle, so if council was amenable to signing the document, it would be valid up until March next year, and then any incoming council could elect to either sign or not sign a new MOU. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. To get this under debate, Councillor Spalding, did you want to move this one? Okay, seconder please. Councillor Watson, thank you. Any questions of the officer? Councillor,
just a quick one. Is this a forum where we can lobby them about the extra trees for development, things like that?
So the intention of the MOU really is to talk, to have both parties have some open dialogue between each other. We can certainly advise of constraints or issues that we're facing. Similarly, they can do the same. It's also an opportunity to share some educational resources so people can go to their conferences and so forth. It's not intended at all to be used as a forum for mediation or get involved in disputes or otherwise.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Spalding, do you want to speak to the report?
I think it's just standard with an MOU that we build those partnerships and work closely with these things to progress as we move forward into the future. So yeah, I'm certainly positive for it.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? All right, are we happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right. Councillor, oh, you're right, okay. Moving Councillor Watson, moved Councillor Watson, I'll try that again. Moved Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Watson. Alzheimer's is setting in. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Thanks, Greg. 11.5, Lot 48 Emu Park Road, Emu Park Airstrip Engagement Plan. Welcome to the table, Ms Saunders.
Thank you, Mayor. Afternoon, everyone. This report presents to you the proposed engagement plan for the future options for Lot 48 Emu Park Road, better known as the Emu Park Airstrip. This engagement plan has been sent to the state for their endorsement, as it is state-owned land that council is the trustee of. So the attached engagement plan that is proposed has been endorsed by the state. If council chooses to support the engagement plan today, it's recommended that the consultation commences on the 25th of July and concludes at the end of August. Results of that consultation would then be presented back to the table in October this year. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Molly. Councillor Friend, question?
Thank you. Thank you through the chair to Molly. Appreciate this. This is quite a lot of work that you've undertaken here. Just a couple of things. In the survey that was undertaken, how many aircraft utilised the airstrip in that time period?
Apologies, I do not have the attachments open, but I believe it was 3.
3 aircraft, okay. And there's a couple of things through the report that I just need to find out a little bit more information. On page 153, there are 3 recommendations. Are we to choose which one of them we prefer? And then on page 161, it then gives us those 3 recommendations plus 1, a 4th recommendation. Do you want some feedback, or is it just...
No, it's more, it was designed to show the community the options that are available and to gain an understanding of what the community's preferred option might be, so that then council can make an informed decision about council's preferred options as well as community feedback.
Lovely. Last question. Is there any current interest by external parties in this particular area that you can speak of?
There has been interest, however, as an operational reserve owned by the state, there is no commercial opportunity. So we have had people reach out and ask queries and discuss what's potentially approvable on that site, but a lot of those have been of a commercial interest, and where the site is at now in the current tenure and the current reserve type, those things aren't possible. I will just make a note that it's also landlocked. So all the adjoining part of the map is in the survey for community. All of the adjoining land is privately owned, and therefore there isn't also an opportunity to expand, or the site of it where it is the site that it is.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
All right, just a quick question from me, Molly. In relation to engagement and consultation, I note in the report you've said officers will attend Emu Park markets on the 20th of August 23, providing information, iPad access and hard copy surveys. Is that it?
We're also going to have hard copy and iPads available at all our libraries throughout the whole consultation, but also happy to hear of any other opportunities, particularly in the Emu Park area, that we could tack onto to be able to provide more opportunity.
Well, I was going to suggest a street stall outside Perry's IGA. Where you can... Is it Drake's? Is it, Drake's, yeah, IGA. Thank you.
Absolutely can do.
And whatever else ultimately the councillors might feel is an appropriate way to engage, because we've got to get broad coverage on this because it's a particularly sensitive issue, and we know that whatever decision we make is going to upset somebody. So I think the broader the consultation can be, the absolute better. Councillor Friend?
I was just going to suggest, although this is Emu Park, and you've already suggested outside of Drake's IGA, which is the perfect location, and at the libraries at Emu Park and Yeppoon, although it is located at Emu Park, would you consider a stall at Central in Yeppoon as well? Because people do come from Emu Park to shop at that particular shopping centre.
And of course, as you know, people in Kawarrel may use that airstrip. People in Ogmore may use that airstrip. So, we will do as much as we can with the resources available at this time.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor, and/or Keppel Plaza.
Mm-hmm.
All right, councillors. We exhausted the questions. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Friend. Councillor Watson, did you want to talk to the report?
On a personal note, I've always had a problem with us doing something with the airstrip, but I think the best way forward with this is if we do get community consultation, then if the people decide that's what they want is that it doesn't happen, well, this is their opportunity to do it. So I think it's something you have to move forward with.
Okay, thank you. Anyone speaking against?
Just query, Mr. Mayor. The motion, council adopt the lot 41 Emu Park Road. We're putting this out to the public. They'll say, well, you've already adopted it. Are we calling it a draft?
We are basically adopting an engagement plan.
Just a
Councillor.
plan to engage.
A plan to engage.
Okay, all right, I'm happy with that.
All right. Any other?
I'd just like
anyone
to say,
speaking?
though, just to remind everyone, it is the only airstrip we've got that's, like...
Councillor Watson, you need to not preempt any potential outcome here. So, Councillor, Mather, your light's on. You got a question?
Oh, no.
Okay. All right. So, anyone speaking against? Would anyone like to speak for? Would anyone like to speak at all? Okay.
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, as you said, rightly said, this is the matter that's sensitive to Emu Park people and beyond. And it's important that they do have this wide consultation as possible. There are lots of people with lots of ideas, with lots of plans of their own. And I think you'll probably find, and not preempting anything either, that a high school is probably very much in their sights. So if the state government decides that it wants it for housing, or we've got one little eye on it for housing, I think just don't be too complacent with what you want, because it's a very valuable block of land for a start.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. We're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. All right, we'll close debate. Moved Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So we're up to 11.6, the Australia Day Awards for 2024. Tom, welcome to the table.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillors, what you have in front of you right now are the proposed changes for how Council receives nominations for next year's Australia Day Awards. Certainly happy to take any questions.
Councillor Watson.
I notice there's no Young Citizen of the Year. That's all I've got to say.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, I'd like it included, yes, please.
All right. It might have just been an oversight, Councillor Watson. Yeah. With the inclusion of the Young Citizen Award? Yep. All right. So moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Watson. You just pipped your Councillor Swallow. Question, Councillor
Yes,
Friend?
thank you. I have questions, Mr. Mayor. When do I not have questions? Now, these Australia Day Awards have been going for a number of years, and of course we've had to change the way that we're doing them because there was so little interest in people wanting to nominate. So I think what you've come up with is an excellent alternative and very well done. But I have a couple of questions. With the Australia Day Awards, and I'm all for, of course, we're all Aussies, we all love Australia Day. However, our traditional custodians, our Durrumbal Nation, tend not to be involved as an enterprise with the Australia Day Awards. So is there any further information that perhaps we could change the name of them to Community Acknowledgement Awards? Could they be held, not in conjunction with Australia Day perhaps, but they're still Community Acknowledgement Awards, and this way that perhaps we can entice our traditional custodians, which we respect tremendously, to be involved. It's just a suggestion and a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. It certainly wasn't in the recommendation to change the name, but we are certainly happy to take on the feedback and be open to that change.
Any other questions, councillors?
Oh, it's just more of a statement because it's,
Did you want to leave it to debate, councillor?
oh, yeah, I suppose I could.
Okay. Question, councillor Mather? No. Rightio. All right. So can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Moved. Oh, sorry. We already done that. My mistake. Yep. So we've got a mover, councillor Bello, seconder, councillor Watson. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the report?
Yeah, just speaking from past experience with the Australia Day Awards and the challenges that certainly the committee had in motivating people. For whatever reasons, that was difficult. Sometimes the feedback was more perhaps about the actual program that was used to determine that the criteria, or you determine those who were nominated. Many people found it a little bit difficult. Whether it was difficult or not, it's not for me to say, but certainly many people expressed that it was difficult. So I think it's good that we're responding to that, we're reacting to that and putting up an alternate process to continue the Australia Day Awards, which I am supportive of them occurring under the current name and the date that they exist on until we're directed otherwise by either this council or a higher entity or higher government to change that. I'm comfortable to continue on with that. I can recall having communication with the Durrumbal Enterprise, and their position may have changed somewhat, but 5 or 6 years ago when I emailed them and asked them do they want to be involved, they said yes, they do. Now I respect if their position has changed. I certainly respect that. But I believe it's a positive thing for our community. It's a time to express our gratitude. We're not perfect by any means, but I'm happy to endorse this as a way moving forward to try and help the Australian Day Awards be the most meaningful awards they can. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against? Right.
Not against, Mr Mayor, but I think rather than call them community awards, I think Australia Day Awards sounds a little bit more upmarket.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to make a comment?
Actually, I don't need to now.
Right, okay. We happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right. Got a mover, councillor Bello, seconded councillor Watson, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We're up to 11.7, which is the Communities Portfolio Management Report. Welcome to the table, Mr General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and Councillors. I'm pleased to present to you the quarterly report for communities and take this opportunity to thank the 3 managers that are sitting in the gallery today for their hard work and also their teams. I'm just going to focus on a few different areas today in the report. I'm sure we've all had the opportunity to look through it. But Economy and Places have had a busy quarter, hosting a fair few business workshops based around social media and grant writing to much success. Both were well attended, but it's notable that the social media workshop sold out within a few days, and that was a paid event, which was very encouraging for us. Within this quarter, we were also provided with an update of the e-scooter trial. Interestingly, there were some great figures here, particularly over 121,000 kilometres have been travelled on our e-scooters, an average of 2.4 kilometres per trip, and over 50,000 trips within our region. So we will keep an eye on those as we move forward in the trial. Of course, that will come back to the council table. In the community and cultural services area, I'd like to point out some of the great work the libraries team have been providing to the community. Door counts have remained high this quarter, with over 23,000 people visiting our libraries, which is just amazing for the amount of staff that we have within those teams. And interestingly, again, the number of digital loans and number of sign-ups for the app have risen approximately 25%, which is, again, a great figure. It's something that the community is taking on wholeheartedly. Community Centre started a new service incorporating Lego play therapy, which has provided a great success, and Landcare was successful in grant funding to update the Bush Tucker Garden at the Community Centre. I know we've all been a part of that, which was again a great success. The development environment world is interesting to note. We thought that we were going to see a downturn in developments, but there hasn't been a significant drop in building and development applications, only a difference of around 10 applications across the board between this quarter and last, which is quite good. We did see a slight spike prior to the Christmas before infrastructure charges increased, but that has remained steady across the board. So it shows that our region is continuing to prosper. And days under assessment has also dropped to 55, which is more in keeping of the previous quarters, which was high over that Christmas period. Open Spaces has seen a 47% drop in incoming customer service requests, so they're the actual phone calls, over the last quarter. And in addition to that, they have closed out 185 customer service requests that were on our books. Finally, this quarter, the Communities Directorate embarked on a journey to reduce our customer service requests, which at the start of the quarter were sitting at just under 700. And I can pleasingly report that as of today, we're sitting around about the 450 mark, and that does include the incoming customer service requests we received from facilities, so it's a great outcome. The Directorate as a whole will continue to work together to reduce this figure even further. So happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Friend. Questions, councillors?
Yeah, I have a question through the chair. The QDLX, have we had any more on that at all? Is there any from that action group that's been formed, that committee, sorry? And they looked at any proposed sites yet for that abattoir?
Yes, through the chair, Sonia might be able to join us and update you on
Thanks,
that
Sonia.
outcome. But yes, we did have
Chris.
the meeting, the Market Forum,
Yep.
which again was a great success. And thank you for attending, Councillor.
Through the chair, Councillor Swadling. Yes, so the reference group and committee has been set up. We've met 3 times. CQU are leading the meetings and the minutes. We are looking at now surveying local butchers, so we're going to, that's the next steps of the committee, and then we are also looking at land use as well. So we've identified a number of criteria for where a small abattoir would be suitable, and we're going through a process of elimination, I suppose, to identify key sites. So very active.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. So on page 178, you mentioned it earlier, really great stats around e-scooters with 10,000 riders taking over 50,000 rides. It also notes that there were 16 incidents that were reported. 2 of the incidents required the riders to be hospitalised, with 1 not so serious. But the rest, it doesn't state what the rest of the incidences were. What were they?
Yes, through the chair, we don't get a report on the actual incidences, Councillor. We haven't asked for that at this point in time. Whether or not we ask for that information and delve into their business will be a question for the manager when that report comes to the table for review. But they do just let us know as a courtesy.
Thank you so much. On page 187, it appears that the requests to deal with leukemia have increased. Is there a state government program for the reduction of leukemia that we may be able to tap into, because it's quite controversial?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. I'll have to take that one on board. Lise was unable to come today, but she's certainly the expert in that area, and I'll take that on notice if that's okay.
Excellent. And the last two are just statements. So I can see the requests for foxes have decreased significantly, and I imagine that's most likely due to our fox eradication program. Would that be correct?
I would like, through the chair, I would like to think so, councillor.
Yep,
Yes.
fantastic. And well done on the parks and open spaces improvements. All the data indicates that the requests have decreased for parks, general parks, mowing and tree trimming. So that's terrific.
Thank you. I'll pass it on to the team.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay. Awesome. So we've got happy to go to debate. Councillor Eastwood as a mover. Do you want to speak to it?
I just want to thank the officers for the work in it. There's a lot of information in there. It's always good to pick up that information. I think that it's incidents, not incidences, even in the plural.
Thank you. All right. So we're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right, so I've got a mover, Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr General Manager. .9 is the footpath, water and sewer asset management plans. Welcome to the table, Mr General Manager. Beg your pardon? Oh, and Matt's here as well. Councillors, do everyone know Matt Wilson? Okay. Oh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. So Matt Wilson is our coordinator of assets and GIS and has been instrumental in putting these plans together over many months, and the team, as well as the asset owners from infrastructure and the finance team and the maintenance managers, have done a very good job at updating these asset management plans. We do have the footpaths asset management plan for adoption today, which was previously adopted in 2020. It represents approximately $40 million worth of assets in our network. We also have the water and the sewer asset management plans, which were first adopted in 2016, so they're due today as well, which is good for us because our sewer assets are worth around 200 million and our water assets are worth around 400 million. So today's three asset management plans represent about half of our assets under management. So these plans have been reviewed in accordance with the Australian standards for asset management. We've done a complete review of all of our asset useful lives and our maintenance management programs. It aligns with our forward works program and our 10-year financial forecasts. If council adopts these today, then that will set us on a path of review just to ensure that our forward works programs are managed and our timing's correct on our renewals, which is a very important part of our asset sustainability. So I'm happy to take any questions from the councillors today.
One from me, Mr General Manager, or two probably. I noticed in the report we're spending 4.1 million over 10 years, which I guess roughly equates to $410,000 per annum. What length of footpath does that get us?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is a good question. From my memory, it costs us around about $200 a square metre for a footpath.
Mm-hmm.
So if a footpath's 2 metres wide, that's $400. So that's about, what's that?
About 100 metres or something, is it?
No, should be about 5 kilometres.
Right.
Yeah.
The other question I had was, and clearly I think from my personal point of view, and I hope I reflect councillors' views as well, we'd like to see as much in the way of footpaths installed as we can, because obviously the footpaths we have are very well used, and the commentary we get from, certainly I get from the community, is we'd like more. But the question I had was, when we construct footpaths, are we also considering lighting with them, and if so, in what form, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So we do have our development guidelines and also Australian standards to follow with respect to street lighting and open space lighting. We recently had a notice of motion from Councillor Eastwood here regarding footpaths, lighting on our trunk footpath network, which we've addressed, and we do have a program now in our Forward Works program to upgrade our lighting. That's on existing paths. Any new paths, as part of our business case and Forward Works program budget allocation, will include appropriate lighting in accordance with the adopted standards for council and the Australian standards. So going forward, we'll have good quality lit paths.
Yeah, great. Thank you. That's good news, because ultimately it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to create a path without appropriate lighting. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked this question. In fact, you answered most of my questions relating to these reports in the briefing session. However, just for the sake of those that may be live streaming, would you just let us know when the footpath in Birdwood Avenue is due again, please?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. The Birdwood Avenue footpath is in this year's Capital Works program. From my memory of our works program, it's due in the third quarter of this year, after Christmas, between Christmas and Easter.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Watson.
Through the Chair. Michael, on page 220, there's two mentions of respray or top coat, what's it called? Top coat spray at Byfield, on Byfield Road. Is that possibly in front of the shop and going that there's a section there that was done with bitumen and then it all fell apart? I'm just wondering if that's part of it that's being redone or something like that, because it says Byfield Road, $4,055, and then it has it again for $13,280. It says base coat spray seal. I'm just wondering if that's actually the section that sort of failed some years ago that was a last minute thing, or because if you're not likely to replace it, could it be added to the new pathway that's supposed to be getting built down there in the future? You know what I mean?
Through the chair, yes, councillor, that's correct. That particular footpath is the one that we constructed there using the TMR funding a couple of years ago.
Which one? The 4,000 or the 13,000?
So the top coat is the 4,000.
So what I'm getting is the people didn't actually want that. So can we move that over to the other side to help with the funding for the new pathway that's to be built?
I'll answer that by saying that this is the asset renewal program. And this is the spray seal is really just like painting a building, for example.
Yep.
If there's a desire to relocate the footpath to the other side of the road, then that's more of a capital new or upgrade project. This is just for basically spray sealing the existing to keep it sealed and watertight.
But it doesn't. Sorry, Michael. It's just it doesn't go anywhere. You know that.
So if the desire is to extend the footpath in the future, then that'll be something that we'd look at through our Forward Works program, and that may then dictate that this bitumen spray seal may not happen in 2030. There may be a different plan, and we upgrade a different part of the road and abandon this section.
So what's the other section? It's the $4,055 one, 1106472. Just above.
Yeah, so they're just it's the same path. It's just a different section. So that our roads and our footpaths are broken up into segments, and each segment has a sort of a length and a chainage. So
I thought it might have been the side that was over in front of the school that's broken down over time. That's there in bitumen. It's only about 1 metre wide or something. Yeah, so it's not that.
I'll have to take it on notice. We will be able to match. You see on the far left-hand column, there's ID numbers. We'll be able to match that, and I'll send it through for you.
I just wouldn't want us to waste the money and put it into something better. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Watson. Any other questions? Councillor May, your light's on.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to the water, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
I'm going to water now.
Well, just let's make sure we're finished with footpaths, thanks. Because we've got to adopt these plans separately, do we not, Mr. CEO? The footpath asset management plan. Okay, so we're doing them collectively. My mistake. Sorry. Yep.
Okay.
All right. So we'll move on to water. Thank you.
Let's go to sewer first then.
Yep.
Just ask a question in relation to the manhole covers. Michael, where are we at with that one? We
Thanks,
haven't.
Councillor Mathers.
It's one of those roving things that hasn't sort of reached a conclusion yet.
So recently, Council adopted a set of general policy positions, I guess you call it, and officers are putting together that policy position into a document which we'll bring back to the table. And the other part of that resolution was that we would have a committee to review any disputed raising of access chambers from residents. The first meeting of that committee is this Thursday afternoon. So Councillor Friend and Councillor Watson, myself and the manager of Water and Waste are the 4 committee members who will be meeting on Thursday afternoon to discuss the first round of disputed bills, basically.
Okay, so we're moving along on that one. That's very pleased to hear. Yes, the water one, Mr. Mayor. On page 276, this one was interesting because it was succinct in explaining the history of the Mount Charlton water supply. I'll just read little snippets, Mr. Mayor, for the members' revision. Mm-hmm. It was constructed in 1920, was buried unlined. Then later it was dug up, and then part of it was lined. So that was interesting alone. Now, for the 1,400 consumers off that water line, it's the only supply, and with no other means of, unless you bypass, depending on where an accident might occur, it's going to feed those 1,400 people. But there is a big problem here because they are looking at replacement at some stage, not the reservoir, that it might have another 10, 20 years left in it because of the refurbishment, and that's great. But the pipeline itself, and they're expecting that could go as exceeding $20 million just for the pipeline. So I just want members to, while everything's great, while we're moving along, I just want you to be aware of this little report, which was quite compacted, that it's saying that it's likely to exceed $20 million just for that. It goes on to say, to determine when the main will be renewed. Expiry somewhere between 25 to 55. Well, 25 is only 2 years from now. So from that time onward, you need to be very vigilant, depending on the maintenance and the increased pressure. Goes on to say there is no alternative supply to failure of this critical asset would require highly expensive and disruptive tanker supplies for up to the 1,400 people, depending on the point of failure. It says here they've identified a number of areas of high pipeline defects. I'm just saying be aware of it, that you've been told. Internal defects continue to grow. So it's not just the outside. And it's those little pinhole leaks that are the ones that are going to tell you whether the inside is defecting. They're the ones I used to find for the 3 kilometres from my house, all along the line. So they are still happening. So I just want you to be aware. Continue to be monitored for evidence of pinhole leaks, and inspections are considered at the same locations in 3 years' time. See if they're... So I just want you to be aware of that, Mr. Mayor, this table. Don't say that you weren't aware. Page 276, if you need anything that actually gels those facts together. Because it's the growth area for sure in the Western districts. And we must be aware that that growth area is reliant on what we can supply and the equipment that it's supplied in. If that goes, you're done.
All right.
That's all I need to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. So we probably went into debate there a fair bit, but
I have a question.
You got a question? All right, thank you,
Question.
councillor.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to hear.
Segueing from what Councillor Mather was talking about at Mount Charlton, what are future plans to address those issues?
So as mentioned, we continue to monitor the pipeline. So Matt, you can step in here. I think either this year or next year we'll do another round of extensive inspections with a contractor. Obviously, we need to make sure that we continue to make these inspections. We've got a program to renew the valving. I think there's about 5 valves that we need to replace sequentially. I might refer to Matt to understand the exact time frame and process for the inspection with the contractor, which will firm up our deterioration modelling.
Am I right in saying, before you start, Matt, and thank you so much through the chair, am I right in saying that each valve is about $200,000?
I think it was about $200,000. Yeah, I don't think it's as high as $700,000. We do have to put in a bit of an intricate bypass pipe system, but I'll take that on notice, and we have done one, so we'll have some firm prices, and I'll email that out to all.
All right.
So through the chair, councillor, to answer your question, so this year, we're currently in the middle of our assessment of the pipeline again. So we did it 3 years ago. We basically identified 8 locations based on what we could see from the pinhole leaks that Councillor Mather mentioned, past maintenance around patching of the pipe and such defects, locations which, based on what the exterior of the pipeline looked like, that it was deteriorating faster, and also slightly better locations on the pipeline where it didn't look like it was deteriorating as fast. The issue and the history with the Mount Charlton pipeline is, as Councillor Mather said, it was previously a buried pipeline that at some point during the war they decided to pull it up when it started to first deteriorate. The records around which sections were brought just straight up off the ground, which sections were cut and shoved together, is a bit vague. So we're running into this issue where one segment of pipe, you might have a whole lot of defects in one location, and then the rest of that particular section is fine. You move up, there might be a completely good section, and then there'll be a whole lot of defects in the next section. So what we did was we went to market and discussed with the specialists in pipeline maintenance and pipeline assessment about what they could do for us. And so we've adopted, it's essentially a magnetic resonance testing. So they're scanning the pipeline and to determine any change on the inside of the pipeline. Ideally, it would have been great if we could put a camera in the pipeline and run the camera up the pipeline, but because of the main and it's that main water source, we can't turn it off, and we'd have to cut the pipe to get a camera inside. So we're putting a fatigue zone, I suppose, in the pipe. So we went with the magnetic resonance testing. We did 8 locations 3 years ago. And so we've developed this program of every 3 years we will go back and do those same 8 locations. This year we've selected a 9th location closer to the reservoir. So now we have an even spread all the way across the pipeline. And so those results, basically, the intention is to look at them every 3 years to try and firm up this renewal date around when we need to go for the pipeline. So currently we're forecasting, based on the results 3 years ago, that sometime around 2040 is when we need to renew the pipeline. This year's results, and I don't have the finalised reports unfortunately, might indicate that we need to pull that forward. It might not, and it might say that 2040 is still the date that we need to target. There's also in the water AMP this year is within the improvement section of the asset management plan, through discussion with the manager of water and waste and myself and the manager of engineering services, we're proposing that in next year's budget, there's a project for a design for the future Mount Charlton pipeline, so that we can start to firm up how much we think the renewal is actually going to cost. The $20 million that the councillor had indicated was based on the replacement rate of replacement cost, of the pipeline a number of years ago. We may choose not to replace it with a 600 mil main, in which case the replacement rate comes down. We've got to have discussions with TMR about whether or not we can continue to use their road reserve as the pipeline follows currently, or whether we've got to resume people's land. You know, there's a whole lot of work in that space. So hopefully next time this AMP comes up for review, in 12 months' time, I'll be able to say to you, councillors, this is the number that we think we need to do.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think I recall that $20 million figure, Matt's been bounced around since the Rocky Regional Council amalgamation days, and I don't think 20 mil is going to cut it now.
No, Mr Mayor, on that same note, is it worthwhile thinking about that we actually create a fund that people can put into from rates that's dedicated to a future pipeline, rather than have to not cause everybody harm, just the ones on the Caves line?
Yeah, we'll probably need to have a discussion with the Chief Financial Officer around that one, Councillor Mather, but
just a fund
you're talking about establishing a particular reserve, which is always
reserve funds.
Interesting to do.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions,
Thanks, Mel.
councillors?
Thank you for that.
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. I have one more question. So, for the storage of our recycled water at the sewage treatment plant, are councils using those hexagonal floating covers to shield the water from the sun and also other debris? So the Mayor and myself, we were in discussions to utilise these hexagonal floating covers, and that saved us at the time about $100,000 instead of having a steel structure over the top of it. How are they performing?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Yes, that was a bit of an innovative trial that our project managers put together. I haven't heard anything negative about them. I know at the time there was a bit of scepticism, but they've worked extremely well for us in that location. So it was worth the trial, and it's been very successful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. Thank you, ladies. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the report?
No, thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather, you want to speak to it? We're happy to go to the vote, councillors. All right. We'll close debate. Moved, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate how much work is involved in these asset management plans, and you've done a great job. Thank you. All right, councillors, I'm going to move a procedural motion that we break for lunch. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillors, welcome back to our members of staff and members of the community viewing it on live stream who's stuck with us. Procedural motion to resume after lunch. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I think we're up to 11.9, Mr CEO. So road closure applications, Barrett's Road, Ogmore, adjacent to lot 3. Welcome back to the table. Michael, the floor is yours.
Okay. So in the agenda, it's page number 307 is probably the best place to start with this one, just to explain it. There's a layout plan. So the Department of Defence is proposing to close 2 sections of road reserve. They now own the adjoining properties, and these road reserves are no longer required. So they've put an application in. It's been assessed by our staff. A range of officers have looked at it, and officers recommending that we support this application, and it'll go to the state government for further review. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you pointing to me. Michael, road closure on Ogmore Road. So who owns the parcels surrounding this road closure? And will this impede other landholders from egress or entry point?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. As I mentioned, the land around both of these potential road closures are owned by the Department of Defence. So there'll be,
you did say that.
yes, there won't be any other landowners disadvantaged here.
And so therefore, because it's owned by the Department of Defence, the fire mitigation is completely up to them to look after. Thank you.
That's correct.
Councillor Watson.
Okay, so if there's a road being closed, do we get money for them taking on that road closure? They can't pay us?
No, it's not our land anyway.
Oh, of course it isn't. Sorry, just thought there might have been a way.
That's a good thought. Any other questions, councillors? Fairly straightforward, this one, I think. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Watson. Councillor Swadling, you want to talk to this at all?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Their western sector is moving rapidly forward with defence, so I think pretty much speaks for itself.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Are we happy to go to the vote, councillors? Any further discussion before I close debate? All right. We've got a mover, Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Michael. In 11.10, monthly financial report for the period ending 30 June 2023. Welcome to the table, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, today I'm presenting the monthly financial report for period ending 30th of June, which is obviously the full financial year. Although it should be noted that at this time there are various accounting entries that are still being completed which will affect the 30th of June results. So based on the early indication for the end of year results, there does remain an operating surplus. The largest, and sorry, I should also mention that the results are reported against the revised budget too, which was adopted also on the 13th of June. The most substantial change from that budget adoption to the results being reported today will be noted in the operating grants and subsidies. So we've actually received 100%, I know the report says 75%, but it's actually 100% of the 2023-24 financial assistance grant on the 28th of June. So whilst this is great for cash flow, this change alone will change the forecast deficit for 22-23 to a surplus of $1.9 million. But unfortunately for 23-24, on that change alone, assuming that the 24-25 grant is also 100% prepaid in advance, then this surplus of $169,000 would actually result in a deficit of $126,000 for that change alone. So I just wanted to draw that to Council's attention. So it certainly is a boost for our cash flow, but it does affect our operating result. Just moving down, so there is an increase on the balance sheet. There's an increase in payables, but this is as expected as officers try to submit as many invoices as possible to be paid prior to for consideration in the accounts to be paid. In regards to outstanding rates, there's about $3.4 million that are outstanding, and that's reflective of 831 properties out of 18,293 rateable assessments. Total borrowings have reduced down in line with budget expectations to just over $54 million. It's pleasing to report that procurement spend year to date, so for the full financial year, we've actually invested 23% of that value, so just over $20 million of businesses that are purely located within Livingstone Shire Council boundaries. In looking at capital, infrastructure charges have achieved the revised budget, and the review of capital grants is undertaken in line with received project completions. That is one of those line items that will materially change as we firm up the end of year accounts. I also really want to draw the attention to the project expenditure. So prior to finalisation of all the accruals, it's really encouraging to see that 95% of the revised budget has been expended in a financial year. I also want to point out that against the original budget, so historically we've delivered about 60% of the original budget, so this year it's resulted in 90%. So all of the effort we've been doing on ensuring that the design one year, construct the next, and all of those other preparatory work done by project managers in particular is certainly, I guess, firming up what we can capably deliver within the organisation. I am happy to take any questions from councillors on the report.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Councillor Friend, your light is on.
I was going to ask a question, but if anyone else wants to go first.
I'm going to ask one, but you can go first.
Thank you. You're such a gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Andrea, on page 326, under property, plant and equipment, it says movement relates to the monthly depreciation allocation and associated increase in accumulated depreciation. If I go up to the actual figures shown under property, plant and equipment, I don't see anything there in relation to the deficit of $2.4 million that we adopted on the 13th of June for the percentage increase of depreciation, which was dated back to 22-23.
Yep, so the report you're looking at is the balance sheet. So that reports on our assets, what we own, and our liabilities, what we owe. So if you just scroll up to page 324 in the agenda paper,
Yes.
this is the reports on our operating result, and depreciation is included in there, which will also show the adopted deficit of $2.5 million in the budget review too.
Thank you so much. Two more questions. The first one is on page 332. I'll just flick down to it. 332. Doonside and Werribee, I said that I will continue to bring these up. Is there any update on the construction or the working with the contractor?
I think for that one I'll refer to the General Manager of Infrastructure.
Through the Chair, thank you, Councillor Friend. We have issued a show cause letter to the contractor. Their response is due this Friday. So it's a show cause for termination of the contract.
For termination, okay. Thank you, Mr. Creedman. Last one. Also under the major, or perhaps you may be needed, under the major projects on this same page, we've got the Resource Recovery Centre, filter media replacement at Woodbury Water Treatment Plant, Mount Charlton tank repairs, Capco Cemetery internal works, Mill Gallery refurbishment, Kelly's Dam remedial works, Inverness booster pump, Wreck Point walking trail, Gusmore Street retaining wall, and Yeppoon water recycling augmentation. And these are all sitting at 100%. Should they be taken off the list?
So because this is a reconciliation between the adopted budget, revised budgets and revised budget 2, we do keep a record of all of the projects. So if they are 100% complete, so for the last one, for example, Yeppoon Water Recycling Augmentation Project, there actually was spend of $41,000 and a budget allocation provided in Budget Review 2 of $40,000. So this just indicates that there was probably some carryover costs or some spend just to tidy up that particular project, but it is 100% complete as at reported 31st of May.
Lovely. So just so I'm aware, and all my colleagues are aware as well, so in the future monthly financials that we receive, these will eventually disappear from that list.
As long as there is no spend and no budget, they should not appear.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, just one from me, Madam CFO. In relation to discussions around depreciation, I guess I'm just asking, and it might be a question more to the CEO than yourself. At the 11th hour, as part of the budget process this year, we were given the information that depreciation was going to escalate because of revaluations in the assets across the board. I guess I'm just looking for some sort of surety that that doesn't happen again, because it was a pretty awful pill for this table to swallow at the 11th hour to have a change of that magnitude. So I'm just looking for some reassurance, and I'm not blaming you, Madam CFO, that that doesn't happen again, Mr. CEO, because it seems to me that clearly if we're doing the asset register work, then there are times when we should be able to be alerted to those sorts of things at a premium time rather than last minute.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think we acknowledged earlier in the meeting the work that goes into our asset assessment and management, and it is significant and complex work, but we would agree that none of us want to put the budget process, and councillors particularly in the decision making, in that position of 11th hour material changes to things. So we absolutely take your point. We'll do our level best to avoid a situation in the future. But as we say, it is complex work, as we recognised earlier today, and sometimes the timing of that is regrettable.
All right, any other questions, councillors? All right, I'm happy to move. Seconded Councillor Bello. I don't feel the need to speak to it. Anyone speaking to or against, for or against? Happy to go to the vote, councillors? All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Madam CFO. We're up to 11.11, which is the interim report 2023, financial year ending 30th of June. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'm presenting today the external auditors on our financial statements, their interim management report for noting of council. So this is a really important document. So they actually do a lot of testing of our controls and processes, because it's really important to understand that when we prepare our financial statements, the information needs to be accurate and reliable, and relying on our internal controls is one of those methods that are heavily relied upon through audit. As you can see, they placed a lot of emphasis on looking at our IT controls this year as well, which is quite apt given what's happening with a lot of other local government authorities at the moment. And the majority of, and you'll be able to see in the interim report, the management responses, so all of them we've acknowledged and have actions in place, and the majority of those actions were expected to be completed by 30th of June. So they will stay on audit's radar until they go back and test all of those controls as part of their final audit visit in September.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Thank you so much. I did wait to see if anyone else put up their hand. Thank you, Andrea. Appreciate that. This particular report in an open agenda forum states sensitive on each of these pages. I'm just concerned, should this have been put in confidential?
We have a legislative obligation to present this report, and the legislation doesn't indicate whether it should be confidential or not. So the legislation just states that it has to be presented at an ordinary council meeting.
Thank you very much. I appreciate.
And we haven't historically made it a confidential report either.
Okay, I was just concerned because it's stated sensitive. My other question is on page 342. This particular report found a deficiency noting upon termination/resignation, IT should disable the user's access immediately. My question is, what about those employees on long-term leave, such as long service or extended sick leave? Their IT passwords, etc., are they disabled?
I'll just ask Matt to come to the table.
Yeah.
Apologies, Councillor, and through the Mayor. No, they're not. While they're employed as staff, they're a council left alone. What we do is we disable external contractors, consultants who are not our staff, or anyone as they cease termination with us.
Certainly. And those people on long-term leave, be it whatever it may be, are they also blocked from externally accessing council information? No, they're not.
No. If someone's on leave or sick leave, they're still staff, and we treat them as such.
I see. Okay then. So it's only if they resign or terminated.
After their final day, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just a question through the chair, or a statement. Fundamentally, people who are on leave anyway are still subject to code of conduct as required. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swadling. Councillor Friend, do you want to make any comments to this?
No, thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Are we happy to go to the vote, councillors? No one wants to, before I give an opportunity before I close debate. All right. Mover Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swadling. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.12 is an amendment to the fees and charges for 2023-24. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I think the report is pretty self-explanatory. There's been identified need to adopt 2 new fees to our fees and charges. Amendments to the fees and charges can only be done by council resolution at any point during the year.
Thank you. This was discussed at the briefing session, councillors. Are there any questions around this? No? All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Mather. Councillor Swadling, did you want to speak to the report?
No, it all's been said.
Thank you. Happy to go to the vote, councillors, on this one. Anyone wish to speak before I close debate? All right. Moved Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 11.13 is a policy review in relation to complaints about the Chief Executive Officer. Madam CFO, this one is yours. Paula's going to talk to us. Welcome to the table, Paula. What magnificent timing. The floor is yours, Paula.
Thank you. So I'm presenting the reviewed complaints about the Chief Executive Officer policy. So this policy has been reviewed in line with the template that's provided by the Crime and Corruption Commission. And furthermore, a draft copy of the policy was also sent to the Crime and Corruption Commission for their review. So when the policy was reviewed against the template, there were a few minor amendments made. And furthermore, when it was reviewed by the Crime and Corruption Commission, they advised that we needed to insert further information in relation to contact details of the nominated persons into the policy definitions. So the policy has been updated to reflect these amendments. And once the policy has been adopted by Council, it will also be forwarded to the Crime and Corruption Commission for them to formally approve the document as well. Were there any questions in relation to the policy?
Microphone, councillor. Yep.
We haven't sort of had to use this, have we?
I'm actually not a nominated person, so I would not be able to advise.
So a nominated person means a person I can take the complaint to, is that right?
Correct. So the nominated persons in this policy is actually the Mayor and the Chief Financial Officer. Mm-hmm. So if there is a complaint, they're the nominated people that would actually be reporting that, so I wouldn't be privy to that information.
Yes, and the CMC, the Triple C now, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I knew it when it was CJC. That was a long time ago. I've still got the notification. It came out. We used it. Just practicing.
We won't go there, Councillor.
No, we won't. No, I'll tell you about it later, though. You'll be interested. What amendments did they feel it was necessary to bring it up to scratch, so to speak?
Yeah, so it was just in relation to the nominated person. So previously in the document we didn't actually specify contact details. We just stipulated that the Mayor and the Chief Financial Officer were the nominated persons.
Yes, okay.
So the recommendation was that we actually had to insert their contact details.
Yeah, it's just a technicality, basically.
Yeah, correct.
No big deal. Thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Paula. I understand that the updates include insertion of section 5.3, record keeping requirements footnotes and the signatory of the Chief Executive Officer. But when I look at the actual policy itself, there weren't any track changes.
Because
And-
sorry.
You're out.
Yes, sorry, through the chair. So they would have actually already been presented to you at the briefing session.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul, I'm just trying to. I was actually looking for the template that I thought it was included in the report, because I clicked on it this morning and I was going through the template itself, which is provided by the Triple C. Do we have that available? Is that in this report, or where would I have even found that thing?
It is actually quite difficult to find on their website, but
Right.
I can provide a copy of that for you if you like.
Because the template itself is provided to councils, is that correct?
It's not provided to council, it is available on their website for council use.
Council use.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the template itself doesn't nominate who the nominated persons are. Is it up to the council to nominate who they believe should be the nominated persons?
Correct.
Right, so at this point in time, the table is nominating complaints about the CEO will be directed to the Chief Executive Officer, the Chief Financial Officer.
Correct.
Or the Mayor?
Or Mayor.
So we've got nominated persons.
No, they're the only two nominated persons for this particular policy.
Yeah, but plural, it's two people.
Correct, two people. Yeah.
Right, so in the event if there was hypothetically complaints, say against the Mayor, for example, is there the ability to include in this policy another councillor to assume the role as to support the Chief Financial Officer in that function?
This particular policy is only in relation to the Chief Executive Officer. So it's only complaints about the Chief Executive Officer.
There's a separate piece of legislation around complaints against the Mayor, Councillor Bello.
Which is that one?
I would actually need to look into that one. But, councillor complaints
Councillor complaints policy?
Yeah, so there is separate policy in relation to the Mayor and councillors when a complaint's been made. So this particular policy is just purely for the Chief Executive Officer. So it's in accordance with Section 48A of the Crime and Corruption Act.
Yep.
Mr Mayor, if I could perhaps just clarify. So units of public administration, all of government agencies, councils and the like, the Chief Executive is responsible for complaints about anyone, but obviously there needs to be a circumstance where the chief of the public agency might be the person about who the complaint is lodged. This policy is about that circumstance. The other circumstances which are governed by the Act and the councillor complaint policy, but governing other staff as well and external agents who might be brought into this thing. They're managed. The nominated person equivalent is the CEO.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to identify is if in the event there's a complaint against the CEO, the nominated person hypothetically is the CFO and the Mayor. If hypothetically either one of those persons was implicated in the complaint, would it be inappropriate for them to be part of as a nominated person?
We're talking about integrity offences, so I would think that if either or were implicated in the same complaint that is captured by this, then they would stand aside. Yeah. And so it's either or in this circumstance. If both were, then we would come to the council to seek appointment of another nominated person. Logically, it would be, in the absence of the Mayor, it would be the deputy. In the case of, we'd pick another senior executive to stand in for the CFO if that was necessary.
Okay. That's what I was trying to qualify. Is it legislated who the nominated persons are? But it's actually not. It is determined by the council.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Right, now I would suspect that in terms of this particular policy, if the Mayor and the CFO were implicated again, or as part of this whole action against the CEO, we've got to refer it to the Triple C anyway, and I would assume there'd be a direction from them as to exclusion of the Mayor and the CFO from that judgment process.
Yeah, it's more before it gets referred to, the nominated person carries out that function. So that the Triple C don't know about it until the nominated person provide that information.
But Yeah, that's right. It can go to them in a number of ways, Councillor Bella. Yeah.
I wouldn't imagine there'd be any harm for any councillor ringing them and say, look, what happens if we've got a scenario? What do I do? That wouldn't
That's right.
stop from anybody from making that decision before anything comes up anyway.
Well, I can't imagine for a second, at least in the context of this council, if a complaint was made against myself or the CFO as part of a complaint against the CEO, either one of us would want to buy into that and we'd just step aside anyway. All right, so we've got a motion in front of us. Recommendation, councillors, going to get a mover and a seconder. Moved Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Mather. Councillor Swadling, you want to talk to it?
No, straightforward.
All right, thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to it? All right. Any further comments before I close debate, councillors? All right. Happy to go to the vote. Moved Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. 11:14. Thank you, ladies. LGAQ conference motions and voting delegations for 2023. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A bit of housekeeping with some policy mixed into it. So recommendations 1 and 2. So this is all about the Local Government Association conference, which will be held in Gladstone in October. So we've been inviting motions for consideration for submission for consideration at the conference. So they're to be determined by the council today. That's recommendations 1 and 2 relating to a South East Queensland water subsidy scheme equivalent for regional Queensland is recommendation 1. Recommendation 2 about the funding and resourcing of regional healthcare services. Recommendation 3 nominates, as we did last year, given the proximity of the conference to home, that all councillors be nominated to attend the conference, and someone in addition to the mayor be nominated as the council's voting delegate of the group that intends to go. And from earlier today, we will add a recommendation 4, which is about shifting the date of the October meeting that will now be held at the Caves, because it falls on the 17th of October while this is on, and we had recommended earlier that that be shifted to the week following the 24th of October. And we'll throw that up on the screen for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillors, I propose we deal with these individually in case there's dissent in relation to one or more of these. So we'll deal with them one at a time. So in relation to recommendation 1, that the LGAQ lobby the Queensland State Government for the inclusion of regional Queensland local government areas in the South East Queensland water subsidy scheme for pensioners. Councillor Friend, I'm assuming you'll move this one?
I'll move it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. Councillor Friend, did you want to talk to this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. The desired outcome of this particular notice of motion that I'm putting to the table to take to the LGAQ conference this year is to seek assistance for all Queensland pensioners by offsetting their water billing with the state government's subsidy, as they do in South East Queensland. Often pensioners are disadvantaged when residing in regional, rural and remote areas, as the cost of living increases with fuel, food and utilities. Pensioners in these regional areas often have to make allowances and forego fuel to pay for water usage. Our hope is to request an equitable and fairer approach for these people who have worked throughout their lives and who have paid their taxes.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Watson, you're seconded.
No, it's self-explanatory. As usual, it needs to be the same for down south as it is for here.
Okay, thank you. Any other commentary, councillors? Councillor Eastwood?
Oh, just to say that I guess with all the interest rate rises, with the cost of living rises, we need, there's no more pertinent time to look after our pensioners than now, and I think it's really important that we come in line with the South East.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments, councillors, before we go to the vote on this one? All right. We'll close debate. We've got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Number 2 is that the LGAQ calls on the state government to boost the current level of funding and support to existing public healthcare services and hospitals in regional, rural and remote Queensland with a view of delivering effective hospital and allied health services to all communities. This comes from Councillor Swadling, whom I assume will move this.
Yes, correct.
Seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Councillor Swadling, you want to talk to your motion?
Yeah, I mean, there's several hospitals in our regional and particularly rural communities that struggle with getting services to those communities. If you look at some of the smaller communities in the southeast region, their standard of service is a lot higher than what a lot of ours are up in this area, and I think it's important that we actually put this through to remind the state government that the requirement for particular health services and in a particular area here is just as needed as it is in the southeast corner. I understand that the restraints around and things that are happening in relation to funding. However, when you have examples of continued hospital ramping and services that just aren't there for our elderly and our sick, I certainly think this is a motion that has a lot of weight, particularly around the current health systems that we have in Queensland today.
Thank you, Councillor Swadling. Anyone speaking against? All right. Anyone like to speak in support? Councillor Eastwood?
Oh, yes, Mr Mayor. I was just, nothing could be more important than the health of our citizens, and you know, I mean, I always hear good reports about the Yeppoon Hospital, but you know, in busy times, they're under a lot of pressure. All our hospitals are under pressure. Our healthcare services are under pressure. We need more people. We need more money. And we just need more help. But I think the statistics show that if you live in a regional area, that the chances of survival in certain incidents are lower than our southeastern counterparts, and I just don't think it's really fair.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Mather.
Just a quick one in support, Mr Chairman. I've worked in coastal hospitals and rural hospitals. And if it weren't for the rural sector chipping in and helping each other, they wouldn't have survived this long and fighting for what they do have, because they're isolated and they rely on helicopters, they rely on ambulances that don't break down halfway to hospital like I've had. Yes, they're starved of these resources, but to add to the complexity of this whole thing, the staff are the ones that need the assistance as well, because the staff do not have the energy to go forward, because they were told you get your injections or you're out of here. And on principle, a lot of those people have walked away from the system. Years of training, years of experience, walked away on principle. Now the government needs to look not only at the deficiencies in the hospital system itself, but in the people caring for that system. And they're just holding it together. Because I know too many people, and I'm talking personally now, too many people who can't go forward from this point in time. They've broken down. And this is where the state needs to realise that they've lost so much experience. And how can they care for their patients when they are fatigued? They not only need the equipment and the mechanical parts of it. It's all right to have football games and new stadiums and all that. Get down to the basics. Give the people what they need to survive. And that's talking about the carers in the nursing homes and the likes as well. Seen it all, Mr Mayor, and it's shocking. I'm ashamed to say what it has come to after all these years. What I've seen it used to be and what it is now. It's a disgrace.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Mather. I don't think you'll get any opposition from around the table. All right, councillors. Anyone else wish to speak before we close debate? All right, you've got to move Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Number 3 is that council endorsed that the Mayor and all councillors attend the 2023 Local Government Association Queensland Annual Conference in Gladstone on the 16th of 18th of October. Mayor Ireland, and we're going to need to nominate a councillor who is going to be a spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, I nominate Councillor Swadling.
All right, okay, thank you. Councillor Swadling. Any other nominations? Any other nominations?
I'd like to make an amendment that that Councillor Mather must go to the.
Industry bullying is an offence,
All right, any other nominations apart from Councillor Swadling? All right, Councillor Swadling. All right.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Mather.
You'd like to nominate Councillor May?
Then she has to go.
The mayor is always the delegate, and it's appropriate that Councillor Swadling be the second delegate, because this is the chance that you really have in your eyes.
Well, I think you're on notice, Councillor Mather, that eyes will be on you to attend. Yeah.
Mr Mayor, may I remind you about that backyard bullying?
Oh, it's not bullying, Councillor, it was just an observation.
Some could call it sexual harassment.
Well, I don't think there's anything sexual about it, but anyway.
Being female, you think I'm inferior?
It's got nothing to do with your gender, Councillor Mather, absolutely nothing. All right, so we've got Councillor, myself and Councillor Swadling nominated as the voting delegates. All right, and we also have the addendum from the Chief Executive Officer in relation to the date of the meeting being pushed forward a week. Councillor Friend, moving, rightio. No, it's in that one as well. Or was it the fourth one, Mr. CEO? Fourth one, rightio. All right, sorry, my mistake. All right, so we've got that one. So moving, Councillor Friend, seconded, please. Councillor Watson, thank you. We happy to go to the vote on this, councillors? All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. And number 4 is in relation to the date for the council meeting being moved forward. So can I just read that? Assuming I can see that far. Right. In accordance with clause 2.1, the date of the October 2023 ordinary council meeting to be changed from the 17th of October 23 to the 24th of October 2023 to accommodate the absence of a number of councillors attending the Local Government Association of Queensland annual conference in Gladstone at that time. Beautiful. Councillor Swadling moving. Seconding, please. Councillor Watson, thank you. Any discussion on this one, councillors? Happy to go to the vote? All right, we'll move Councillor Swadling, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11:15 relates to the end of year close down. Mr. CEO.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's customary for us to seek the council's consent to closure of the, well, when I say it's customary, only been in practice in recent years, but we have been seeking the council's endorsement of proposals to close council offices and depots between Christmas and New Year, as has been a long-standing practice. We operate with skeleton staff and the like over that period.
Move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Seconded, Councillor Swadling. Any conversation, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Mr Mayor, it's not getting off the track, but it's in conjunction with the close down. The Christmas party. I've had it expressed to me that people are disappointed that we're departing from our normal practice, that we have our Christmas party together.
Mm-hmm. What are you asking?
I'm asking us to reconsider what our previous practice has been the last 12 months.
So you'd like...
Not having a party, not having a Christmas party together.
Rightio. So you're basically asking that the Christmas party be reinstated?
Yes, yes,
Right.
I am, Mr Mayor.
I'll go to the CEO for a comment on that.
And I also, just in conjunction, and I think this is when awards should be noted. Not
what, sorry?
Awards, you know, like years of service.
Mm.
While they might have a recognition over a cup of tea somewhere else, it doesn't tell the whole clan just what they've been doing all these years, you know? A lot of people don't know. Yeah.
All right, I'll go to the CEO for a comment, please.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and to Councillor Mather for her observation. You're absolutely right, Councillor Mather. There are some people who were disappointed with the decision that I took last year to not have a Christmas party as had been the tradition. I think certainly the councillors that were here at the time understand the rationale for doing so. It was principally driven by the fact that not all staff have the opportunity to attend that particular event, and of those that do, not all participate in the way that we might have anticipated, particularly when it came to the recognition part of the service. Councillors who were there at the last one a couple of years ago will recall that. Not to mention that the hosts of the event, and this is not to say that the Bowls Club is the only event that could host the place, but the general manager of the Bowls Club did tell us that they'd been undercharging us for a few years, and that we should expect a bit of a kick when the pricing came around. What we've instituted in its place is the provision of a universal voucher, so everyone gets the same value, the same access to that. There's no exceptions to that. It's been welcomed by some. Others are disappointed that the Christmas party's not around. Some are disappointed that there's not that single opportunity to join as a group and recognise service. Others find the intimate service settings that we've replaced them with to be more meaningful because they're just with their work groups. The Mayor and I were at one last week where I think that would be an example of that, but there would have been some people present at that who would have preferred the much larger gathering. So there's you can make an equally compelling argument for the two. As I say, I took a difficult decision last year for those number of reasons that I explained to councillors at the time. For doing so, I wasn't proposing to reverse that decision.
All right. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Well, do you need a motion or resolution?
Well, Councillor Mather, I'm not entertaining it today.
No, I know that.
Because we've got a separate resolution about the close.
Yes, I'm just saying, is that what you require, Mr. CEO, to test the waters of the table?
I don't require it at all, Councillor Mather, but that's how we do business.
That will be up to you, Councillor Mather,
Okay.
to put that notice of
I
motion
think I'll
forward if you think it's
rub some good words together. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, through you, question to the CEO. In relation to the service awards and how each individual group receives them, we were all very fortunate to be invited to the community portfolio service awards. Can councillors please be invited to all of the service awards?
Yeah, I don't imagine that's a problem, Councillor Friend. I guess the nature of being invited to something is just that. So the groups themselves actually sort of determine who gets invited to their... So if I'm receiving the award, I have some influence over who gets invited to my gathering. So, I mean, we could make that a decree that's what it is. It sort of steps away from what we were trying to achieve with the intimacy of those smaller gatherings.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we've got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Swaddling in relation to the end of year close. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. 11.16 is an update from the CEO in relation to CQ Rock January to June 23 meetings. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A bit of catch-up work here, so some material for councillors, and the minutes of the meetings of the company are confidential, but in general terms, though there's no issue with discussing that meetings have been held, there was a meeting held at Parliament House in Brisbane in April that enabled quite a bit of engagement with government ministers and other officials, both in a formal setting with a programmed day, sequential meetings with ministers and their advisors, and then there was a social setting in the evening. The group was fortunate to be invited by the Governor to join the Governor for dinner at her residence with her and her husband and some of the officials there on the Tuesday evening prior. So I think a lot achieved in a short period of time. The board has followed up each of those gatherings with I guess the target outcome for each of those with correspondence and the like, and the lobbying continues around each of those different points that are being made. The next meeting is being held on the 3rd and 4th of August in Emerald. I believe the Mayor and the Deputy will be in attendance, and agendas for that meeting will be out the end of this week. I think it's pleasing to report CQ Rock, after a bit of a hiatus some years ago, appears to be back functioning well. I guess we shouldn't say that, given that Livingstone's actually hosting the Chair and the Secretary. We shouldn't be self-congratulatory about those things, but I think it is a good representation of what regional cooperation can achieve, and I believe the relationships between the board directors, who are generally the council mayors, is really strong at this point, and I think that's very encouraging for Central Queensland.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I understand that the actual minutes themselves are confidential and are noted in the confidential agenda. However, if we have specific questions relating to that confidential agenda, I have a couple of questions, but I can't ask them now. No. So what is the protocol procedure moving forward for CQ Rock and these open agendas, and then we accept it, we resolve it, and then we ask questions later?
You can go, Mr. CEO.
I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, it's a specific request of the directors of the company that the minutes be kept confidential. It's not, I guess, treated in the same way. So it's not that the minutes of the meeting are included in closed session, which would preclude you from speaking about those things. So you can by all means ask a question. You happen to have the chair and the secretary here at the moment. If it's something we can't answer or we know the company would prefer that didn't, then we would say so. Likewise, happy to talk offline or the like. They're provided for information. It's not to, again, it's a separate legal entity that runs its own business. So welcome to provide clarity around what the business does and the decisions that are taken. But I guess it's you're not open to, in the way that councillors would question council business, it's not open in that way.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'm happy to move this one, councillors. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Bello, thank you. I don't feel the need to speak to this, councillors, so are there any other issues or questions, comments relating to this? Happy to go to the vote? All right. So move myself, seconded by the good deputy. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, well, I think that concludes our business in the ordinary agenda.
Mr. Mayor, urgent business.
Oh, yes, I beg your pardon. Thank you, Councillor Friend. Urgent business, item 13. You've been sent a copy of an urgent business item raised by Councillor Friend. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for including this in urgent business. Last week we found that we had missed out on the second grant through the state government, pest management grant, in relation to the feral goat population located on Whopper, Great Keppel Island. These two grants have been in the process for the last 18 months, 2 years, and we missed out again. I don't believe that it's council's responsibility for the ratepayers to pay for the removal of these goats, as council only have 2.5 hectares of council land on the island. So I proposed this to the mayor and he was very kind to allow it through. And this is the resolution, that council write to the Deputy Premier, the Honourable Dr. Stephen Miles, requesting state government funding for the urgent removal of the feral goat population located on Whopper, Great Keppel Island, and supply a copy of this letter to Whopper Borough Saltwater Aboriginal Corporation, PBC, Whopper Borough Land Trust, Whopper Borough Tumara, and member for Keppel, the Honorary Ms. Brittany Lorga. Before I go on, I just realised that, do you need to declare? You don't need to declare? Does Councillor Watson need to declare?
Well, I guess the question, councillors, is whether you believe that Councillor Watson has a potential conflict of interest here. I don't think he's going to gain any financial benefit out of making a decision. Sorry? You like Doug Carey? I'm very pleased for you, Councillor. Yeah.
All right, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
all right, so, but I am going to go to the councillors and ask whether they believe Councillor Watson can stay in the room or not, whether he has a declarable conflict of interest. Well, yeah, anybody. Yep.
I don't believe he has, Mr. Mayor, because this is an environmental matter that affects everybody and affects everybody, the whole Shire, and the finances as well. God, it's gone. It's gone. Go to somebody else and come back.
All right. Councillor Eastwood, can I go to you on this one, please?
Oh, yes, yeah, I don't think there's any problem with him remaining in the room,
All right, thank you. Councillor, I got no problem at all. Councillor Mallow? Right, Councillor
I
King?
have no problem, but every other time Councillor Watson's declared, so I thought I'd better just make sure that he was going to be fine with it, so I have no problem. I'll just continue with the commentary.
Thank you.
Excuse me. After the last local government elections in 2020, I was approached by numerous community members. Their concerns were to the damage of remnant and native vegetation and erosion to the dunes areas caused by the feral goat population located on Whopper Great Keppel Island. A feral goat steering group met in January of 2021. Stakeholders included Whopper Borough traditional custodians and now native title holders, member for Keppel, officers of the Department of Resources, Mayor, our Mayor, QFIS, representatives of Tower Holdings, residents and council officers. It was decided that council apply for state government funding for infrastructure to corral the goats in readiness for removal under the round 6 of the Queensland Feral Pest Initiative. This was submitted in April of 2021 under the GKI Feral Goat Project. In November of 2021, council received the following advice from the state. The QFPI Oversight Group convened in June 21 and again in August 21, reviewing all applications. The department received a number of highly competitive applications that showed strong alignment with funding criteria, resulting in the round being greatly oversubscribed. Unfortunately, in this instance, your application has not been recommended for funding. Excuse me. Sorry, I've been coughing all day. I do apologise. Throughout 2022, there were 3 factors that prevented Livingstone Shire Council from pursuing this matter. One was that Tower Holdings remained the leaseholders on Whopper GKI, and under their lease agreement 6.1, it stated they must control all declared pests, both plant and animals. The second was that council, holding approximately 2.5 hectares of land on the island, did not have a budget to undertake the removal themselves, thus solely relying on the state government grants. And factored into this equation of lack of action in 2022 was the boundaries dispute with a neighbouring council. This dispute commenced before this current tenure of council, and at this time all resources and commitments were occupied by keeping what had always been Livingstone Shire Council areas. In November 2022, council officers applied for a second round of funding from the Queensland State Government, Queensland Feral Pest Initiative Round 7, for a project entitled Building Knowledge and Capacity through Collaborative Feral Goat Monitoring on Whopper Great Keppel Island. On the 13th of July, council was once again unsuccessful in obtaining financial assistance through the state. The Department of Agriculture and Fisheries received a number of highly competitive applications that showed strong alignment with the funding criteria, resulting in the round being greatly oversubscribed once again. Unfortunately, your application was not recommended for funding, as they said. In November of 2022, the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, Biosecurity Queensland, in partnership with council, undertook a survey for the population of the feral goats on the island. A daytime ground survey on GKI estimated a population of 381 feral goats. That's plus or minus 106 in contingency. Some residents claim that this number is far greater. There is a great urgency for the removal of these goats, as the Butterfish Bay Casuarina forest has and continues to be decimated by this feral goat population. On the 11th of July 2023, Council has been informed by a Senior Investigator of Natural Resources Management and Compliance, Natural Resource Operations and Lands, that there is no bucket of money ready to be given for the goats' removal. Unfortunately, Works for Queensland funding will not cover the goats' removal, as it remains only for assets and infrastructure. And now that the tower leases have been revoked and the leases are once again in the hold of the state government, it is, Mr Mayor, with the uttermost importance and urgency that the Queensland State Government turn its attention to this funding for the feral goat removal.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Right. Councillor Watson, question?
An idea. We're talking about
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
We'll get questions first. Councillor Friend, you're going to move this.
Thank
Can
you,
I get a
Mr.
seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. All right, we're live. Councillor Watson.
we're looking at a small animal abattoir, surely we could remove the goats down to a manageable size so they're not causing them as much pain to the island as thought, and then we've got an ongoing business. Now, I mean taking it down to where it's not destroying everything like you're saying.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Was that a question?
Or one to be taken on board, I guess. All right, any other questions, comments, councillors?
Mr Mayor, I know that having some animals on the island assist in fire control. And I think if we were to go all out and taking all the goats off the island, it could be detrimental. It could swing, the pendulum could swing the other way. I know they eat everything. They eat everything. Good stuff, bad stuff, clothes, socks, you name it, they'll eat it. But I think we've got to do something. So I think this is a place to start. I think
the question here, Councillor Mather, is it's a case of leaving the goats on the island to try and mitigate fire risk versus the damage they're doing to the Casuarina forest versus whether we, through normal fire management practices, do control burns from time to time to try and mitigate the risk that way.
Control burns should occur anyway. I mean, anybody who manages land, they need to have control burns.
Agreed.
That's what it's all about.
Agreed.
That has beneficial effects.
Agreed.
But you can coexist with goats and fire and control burns.
The issue you've got is on the island there isn't anyone to do the burns. There's no rural fire brigade anymore. Yeah, one person.
Well, that's a matter for QFIS to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the biodiversity too, particularly around cultural burning, there is some good facts out there that would also help and reduce hazard reduction or assist in the hazard reduction of vegetation over there, particularly around certain species that require cool burning. But if you're looking at hazard reduction, meaning it's a hot burn, then you'll get all your other noxious weeds and other stuff. So that could be something that needs to be certainly considered as well. However, the goats are doing a hell of a lot of damage over there.
Mr Mayor, I think we've got to, even though there may not be anybody to do all the control burns, there's nobody over there who can look after the control of the goats either. There's got to be some middle ground.
All right. Well, councillors, any other discussion on this?
I guess, Mr Chair, picking up on points that have been made, and I recall the comments of one of the senior Rural Fire Brigade representatives at previous Town Hall Goat Reference Group meeting, and he was the one person who put his hand up to say, don't remove the goats unless you've got a bushfire management plan to follow up, which I thought was a very brave thing for one individual to say there, and I'm just wondering whether the good councillor would consider including in the urgency of a bushfire management plan to follow the removal of the goats is as critical as removing the goats in the entirety, and that you can't have one without the other, otherwise there will be, fairly serious consequences.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. I appreciate that, and I actually agree with you that we do need a bushfire management plan, 100%. This particular resolution today is about placing some pressure on the state government to at least fund the removal of the goats. Now, in nowhere does it say eradication. It says the removal of goats. So we have to start with the funding. The bushfire management plan can certainly come through with the LDMG. Is that correct, Mr Mayor?
It could go on the agenda for the next meeting, councillor friend.
For the LDMG. And so even though I agree, and the Mayor, who is the chair of the LDMG, can actually place that on the next agenda, so it's there. This is about funding for the removal of the goats. That the ratepayers in the majority should not have to suffer for minority ratepayers, and that everyone should benefit from a state government paying, because the leases are now back in their hands. and no longer in Tower's hands. We were very hamstrung over these years. Even before I became a councillor, the same things were happening. I believe in 2018 there was a removal at one stage. So our officers have been working very, very hard to liaise with the state, to try to come up with ideas to apply for this funding, and over the state are knocking us back. So I felt that this was quite urgent because the social media and the communications from those that are very passionate about the damage the goats are doing on the island is getting very, very loud, and we need, as a council, to be seen to be putting some pressure on the state. So I agree with you. We do need that mitigation plan, master plan, mitigation plan, but the Mayor has just said he'll put it on the LDMG for the next agenda. So that, to me, that's sufficient. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we're happy to close debate and go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. All right, so that concludes our business in the ordinary agenda. So we'll move into confidential. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Swadling. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Those against? Carried unanimously. 15.2, request for council's views on the conversion of term lease 242192 over unallocated state land at Bondoola. Mover and seconder, please. Move Councillor Swadling, seconded. Councillor Watson, thank you. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. 15.3, native title determination application for Durrumbal people. Moving Councillor Friend, seconded, thank you. Councillor Swadling, all in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. 15.4, materials recovery facility contract. Mover, please. Councillor Friend, seconder. Councillor Bello, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 15.5, the Appoon Aquatic Centre Principal Design Consultant. Moved Councillor Eastwood. I'm happy to second. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Well, as that concludes our business today, councillors, I thank you for your attendance. I thank you, the officers, for their attendance and their assistance in getting us through the agenda, and wish everyone a good afternoon.